Welcome to this Object-Oriented Programming course. In this course, you will learn the powerful concept of Object-Oriented Programming using JavaScript. Whether you are just starting out or looking to improve your skills, this course will help you understand OOP principle and write cleaner, more efficient and reusable code. So in this course, we will dive deep into complete flow of JavaScript OOP. You will learn to work with traditional classes and objects in object-oriented programming, and then we will explore how all these concepts will come to life in JavaScript. Step by step, we will break down each concept with lot of practical examples and real world scenarios to help you understand and apply what you have learned. So to make your learning experience even better, you will also have interactive exercises and challenges to test your skill. And also you can access the complete source code. Link is provided in the description. As well as you can refer the timeline, and if you are already aware of traditional OOP, if you know 4 pillars of OOP, if you know how classes will be working in traditional OOP, if you know how objects are created, directly jump to the lecture from where we are starting OOP in JavaScript. Just refer the timeline for better accessibility. By the end of this course, you will not just know JavaScript OOP, you will also master it. So let's get started and directly jump to the course. Before diving deep into object-oriented programming, it is very important to understand multiple programming paradigm in JavaScript. And paradigm is nothing but how we write and organize our code. Basically, the style of writing our code. So JavaScript supports multiple programming paradigm which will allow developers to choose the most appropriate style for their specific use case. Whatever style and whichever way you want to use, accordingly, you can select the paradigm and you can start writing the code. But as you keep on writing the code, at one point you will realize you need to really organize the code in such a way that it should be understood by you as well as it should be understood by everyone. So let us see some of the paradigms which are supported in JavaScript. So first we have imperative programming, then we have procedural programming, then we have object-oriented programming. In short, you can also tell OOP or OOP. Then we have declarative programming. Then we are having functional programming. And finally, we are having event-driven programming. So JavaScript is supporting this different paradigm, and in each paradigm, we can use different styles of writing the code. So first, let us understand simple examples of all this paradigm, and let us see what is the style of writing the code in these paradigms. So first, imperative programming, and let us see the example of to calculate sum of an array. And this is the example, and in this paradigm, what we have to do, step by step, we have to give the instruction to achieve the result. So here I am calculating sum of the array, and inside this function I am telling what is the value of array, what will be the length of array, how many times I have to increase, how many times I have to iterate through this loop. So each and every step I have to give, only then I will be having my final result. So in this imperative programming, what we are going to do, we are going to give step-by-step instructions. So in this paradigm, main focus will be on how to accomplish the result rather than what the end result should be. So only thing you should remember in this kind of paradigm, step by step we have to give the instruction to the computer, only then we are going to get our result. So this is the example of imperative programming language. Then next come declarative programming, And when you start working with JavaScript libraries or framework, they will be following this declarative programming approach. In this paradigm, step by step, we are not going to give any instruction. So let us see the example using the array methods like map, filter and reduce. So using this reduce method, I can easily find sum of the array. But in imperative programming, step by step, I have to give the instruction. But in this declarative paradigm, I do not have to give any step by step instructions. So here, the main focus will be on describing what we want to achieve without explicitly detailing each and every step. I don't have to describe the program control flow because it focuses on what the program should accomplish. Only by writing this logic, it will understand what it has to be done and it will be giving me the final result. But in imperative programming, step by step, I have to give instructions. So here we are only describing what we want to achieve without explicitly detailing each and every step. So here I am telling I want sum of the array. I have not given any step by step instruction. I have only described what I want to achieve. Then we have procedural programming, and let us see the example creating and calling a functions to perform task. And this is the example. So in this paradigm, what we will do, we are going to break down the task into sequence of instructions. And later on, we are going to call the functions in a sequence to accomplish larger goal. So here in this example, I have created calculate area function, then calculate perimeter function, and I have created another function to display rectangle properties. Inside this, I am calling calculate area function and also I am calling calculate perimeter function, and accordingly I am getting area of rectangle and perimeter of rectangle, and directly after getting all the result, finally I am calling this display rectangle properties. So in this paradigm, what we have done, we are just breaking down the task into sequence of instructions, and later on in sequence, we are going to call these functions to accomplish our larger goal. Then we have object-oriented programming, the goal of this entire course. And this is the example of object-oriented programming. Using this paradigm, what we can do, we can create a blueprint, and from that blueprint, we are going to create real world object. So this paradigm focuses on creating reusable code by defining classes and creating instance of those classes. So here I have given the class rectangle. Inside this, I have given this constructor function. Do not worry what is class, what is constructor function. So this is simply like a blueprint, and after that I am creating instance of rectangle. So here I have added new keyword, and after that I have passed rectangle. So accordingly I have passed the value. Doesn't matter what blueprint I am having, I can create multiple instances from that blueprint. If I take an example, if you're having blueprint of home, so using that blueprint, you can create real world houses. Similarly, using this rectangle blueprint, I can calculate multiple rectangle properties by using or by giving different values. So using this object oriented, we are going to organize the code around objects. And inside objects, what we will have? We will mainly have properties and methods. So it is going to organize our code around objects. Then we have functional programming, and this is the example of functional programming. So this paradigm involves using functions as first class citizens, which means we can pass the functions as arguments to other function. We can assign functions to variables, and also we can return functions from other functions. For example, using map method, reduce method, filter method to process the data without creating any side effects. So here, whenever we are working with this kind of methods, whatever array we are working, that original array will not be affected. So here I have created function square, which will be calculating square of number. I have created function is even, which is going to filter only even numbers from array. And I have created pure function to double elements of an array. And finally, we are going to combine multiple functions. And inside this, we are using filter method to keep only even numbers, map method to double each number, and again map method to square each number. And after that, we are calling the result, and this will be our final result. So this paradigm treats computation as the evaluation of mathematical function, and it is going to avoid changing state and mutable data. So whatever operation we are going to perform, it will not be affecting our original data. So that is the reason this paradigm involves using functions as first class citizens, which means functions can be assigned to variables, functions can be passed as an arguments, as well as functions can be returned from other functions. Then finally, we have event driven programming. So here we are going to attach event listeners to DOM elements to handle user interaction. And this is the example. Here I have selected button. Whenever I click on this, I should be having this alert. And here I have given event as input. Whenever I type something on my input field, I am just extracting that value and I am displaying on console. So this paradigm is based on the concept of responding to events or changes in state. If I click on the button, something will be changing on screen. So here in this paradigm, flow of the program is determined by events such as user actions like clicking the button, pressing the keys, sensor outputs, or messages from other programs. Based on this, flow of the program will be determined. These are different paradigms supported in JavaScript, and at one point you will go through all this paradigm, but you should focus and you should be capable enough to select the paradigm and accordingly write the entire logic using that paradigm. But for this complete course, our main focus will be on object-oriented programming paradigm. Let us deeply understand difference between imperative programming and declarative programming. First, let us talk about imperative programming paradigm. So in this paradigm, we are going to give step-by-step instructions to someone. For example, we are cooking along with a recipe. So here, when we are cooking something by following the recipe, we have to follow set of instructions. So here, first instruction, I have to preheat the oven. Then I have to mix 1 cup of flour with half cup of sugar. Then I have to add 2 eggs and stir. Then I have to pour the mixture into the baking pan, and after that I have to bake for 30 minutes. So each and every instruction I have to follow when I am cooking with a recipe. So here, step by step, we are telling the person exactly what to do to achieve the desired result. So this paradigm focuses on how to achieve a result, and it will be providing detailed step-by-step instruction. For example, if I am looping over an array and printing each element, then we have declarative programming paradigm. In this, it is morely like describing what we want instead of specifying how to achieve it. For example, ordering food at a restaurant. So while ordering food, I do not have to follow any instruction. I simply have to tell a waiter what I want, and it is going to focus on what result we want. So here, using this paradigm, we are going to describe the desired outcome without specifying the steps to achieve it. For example, instead of looping through each and every element, here I will be using for each loop to print each element of an array. So in this, while ordering food at a restaurant, I simply have to tell, I would like to have pizza, please. Then finally, I will be having pizza with me. I can give what to put and what not to put, but I am not going to specify how the end result should be achieved, because pizza making chef will already know how to heat the oven. They already know the entire process. I do not have to specify the process. I am only focused on the end result. So this is the basic difference between imperative and declarative programming paradigm, and this is also one of the important interview question. Let us see one more important question: procedural programming versus object-oriented programming. First, let us talk about procedural programming, and this programming is suitable for straightforward tasks and scripts. So just think of a procedural programming as a sequence of tasks or instructions accomplish a specific job. So for example, I am building a house along with a checklist. So in this, imagine you are building a house using a checklist, and each item on the checklist is a specific task that needs to be done. So this is my checklist. First, I have to lay the foundation, then I have to build the walls, then I have to install the roof, then I have to paint the house, and finally I have to add windows and doors. So here we have to complete each task in order, focusing on the sequence of operation to build the house. And here tasks are performed step by step, often with lot of repetition. So we have to complete each task in order, focusing on the sequence of operation to build our house. But when it comes to object-oriented programming, this is better for larger applications which requires modularity and reuse. So in this paradigm, we are simply organizing complex system into smaller reusable components. For example, here I am building a house but along with prefabricated modules. So I am already having the modules. Using these modules, I am trying to build my house. Here in this, I do not have to follow any checklist. Instead, I will be using prefabricated module. So for foundation, I will be using foundation module which can be directly placed on the ground. Then for wall, I can use wall module which will be pre-built, that will be including insulation, electrical wiring and plumbing. Then we will have roof module. In this, I will be having complete roof structure that can be lifted and attached to the walls. Then I will be having paint module. In this, I will have pre-painted panels that fit together perfectly. Then I will be having window and door modules. So here in this, I will have pre-framed windows and doors that snap into the place. So here, each module is a self-contained unit that knows how to handle its own construction. And you do not have to worry about the detailed steps for each module. You only need to assemble the modules together to build the house. So this makes the construction process faster, more organized and easier to manage. So in this, main focus will be on creating objects that encapsulates data and behavior. So using object-oriented programming, we are building the house with prefabricated modules, focusing on reusable components, that is managing their own state. So this is the basic difference between procedural programming and object-oriented programming. In procedural, we are going to focus on sequence of instructions or procedures, but in object-oriented programming, we are going to focus on creating objects that encapsulates data and behavior. Now we are going to understand why does OOP actually exist, and this will be very general overview of this programming paradigm. So we are going to understand what object-oriented programming is. So first of all, you should understand this paradigm was developed with the goal of organizing code so to make it more flexible and easier to maintain. So before OOP, we had lot of code which was gathered across multiple functions, and the code was also present inside the global scope without having any structure. So this unstructured code we call as spaghetti code, in which we will not be having any structure, and also this kind of code makes it very hard to maintain large code bases, and also it is very difficult to add new functionalities for this spaghetti code. So the solution for this problem was to introduce OOP, which stands for Object Oriented Programming. And this really worked because today OOP is one of the most popular programming paradigm which is used in large scale software engineering. And we have already seen different paradigms which are supported by JavaScript. So OOP is not only the way of writing organized and maintainable code. We are having one more paradigm which have become increasingly popular, that is functional programming paradigm, where functions will be treated as first class citizens, in which functions can be assigned to variable, functions can be returned from other functions, as well as functions can be passed as an argument. So using functional programming as well, we can achieve the exact same goal. But now coming back to OOP, till now we have worked with object, and we have only seen objects as loose collection of data without making them interact with one another. So we have not seen how to interact one object with another object, because we have only seen objects as loose collection of data. And this is the simple example of object. Inside this, we are having this curly braces, and this is called as object literal. Inside that, I am having properties, and also I am having methods. But we have not seen programmatically how to create or how to generate this object. We have only seen this simple object literal, but when it comes to object-oriented programming, we need a way to generate or to create this new object from our code. So here in object-oriented programming, these properties are called as data, and this method is called as behavior. And this object-oriented programming is a programming paradigm that is based completely on the concepts of objects. And paradigm, we already know, it is the style of writing the code, that is how we write and organize our code. And we use these objects to represent and describe elements of the real world. For example, user is an object, pen is an object, computer is an object. So using this object, we are going to describe elements of real world. You can see here such as user, task in a to-do list, as well as more abstract concepts like HTML component or specific data structure. And we have already worked on DOM. Inside that, each and every element will be treated as object. So whatever objects we are working in object-oriented programming, it is going to represent and describe elements. Then these objects will be having properties which is called as data, and it will be having methods which will be called as behavior. And by using these objects, we can pack all the data and corresponding behavior into one big block. You can see inside this big block, both I am having data as well as I am having this behavior. So this makes very easy to act on the data. And in OOP, objects are self-contained pieces of code or blocks of code like small application on their own. You can consider whenever we create objects inside OOP, we can tell they are small applications on their own. because they will be having self-contained pieces of code or block of code inside the object. And after that, we are going to use these objects as building blocks in our application and makes object interact with one another. And this interaction will be happening through public interface, which we also called as API. And this interface is basically a bunch of methods that a code outside of the object can access and that we can use to communicate with object. So using this object-oriented programming paradigm, which will be easy to maintain and we can avoid spaghetti code. And using this programmatically, we are going to create objects and we are going to interact with that object using public interface, which we also called as API. Let us now start with classes and object, and this will only be a mental model to understand classes and object. So first, let us look at this fictional aeroplane class. And why I am saying this as fictional? Because JavaScript does not support real classes, what we are going to see in this lecture. JavaScript is having the class syntax, but it will be working in different manner. But still, it is important to understand what are classes and object, because once you understand this mental model, it will be same in all the programming languages. So don't forget, JavaScript will not support the real classes because in JavaScript we are having different class syntax. Now let us understand what are classes. So just think of a class as blueprint for creating object. So here I have created one aeroplane, and inside this aeroplane I have only given the structure. And if you see this image, this is only the blueprint. This is only the structure of aeroplane, but not the aeroplane itself. So classes are only the blueprint, and using that blueprint we can create real world object. So it is simply like aircraft engineers developing a blueprint to exactly plan and describe an aeroplane. They are not directly building the aeroplane. Instead, first they will start with its model, or they will be starting with the blueprint. Later on, they are going to refer this model, and using this model, they are going to create real aeroplanes. But in the beginning, what these engineers will be doing, they are going to develop a blueprint and they are just going to describe aeroplane. Now let us talk about object. Object is nothing but it is an instance of a class, and these objects are created from class blueprint. So this is my blueprint, and from this blueprint I can create many real aeroplanes that can be built in the real world. So these are the aeroplanes. Using only this one blueprint I can create real world object. So in this case I can create real world aeroplanes. So remember, this blueprint is just an abstract plan, like we are just writing set of rules on paper, or we are creating structure of object, but we actually cannot touch the class. But from this class, whatever objects we are creating, whatever real objects we are creating, that we can easily touch because they exist in real world. So you should remember, class is nothing but blueprint, and from that blueprint we can create real world object. An object can be anything. It can be pen, it can be user, it can be computer, it can be person. An object can be any real world object. So now here I am having simple aeroplane class, and remember, this is not JavaScript syntax because JavaScript will not be supporting real classes. And inside this aeroplane, we are having model, we are having capacity, and also we are having this is flying property. And inside these classes, these properties are called as data. And whatever data we are having inside this class, it is only the representation of that class. So here, it is only the representation of aeroplane, but it is not the actual data itself. It is not the real aeroplane, It is only the representation of the aeroplane. Then we are having this behavior takeoff and land, which is associated with this data. So this is called as behavior inside class. So both data and behavior will be packed into one self-contained block. So here, this is my class block, opening block, closing block, and inside that we are having both data and behavior. But now, as I mentioned, class is only the blueprint, and using that blueprint, we can create real world object. But now this is only the representation of aeroplane. Now let us see using this class how to create our real world object. So this is the blueprint. Here we have just given representation of aeroplane and this is our class. So now what I want to do, I just want to create real world object. That is, I want to create real world aeroplane. So for that, simply we are going to call this aeroplane class using this new keyword, and inside this we are going to give actual data of aeroplane. Here I have given model and also I have given capacity. So here what I have done, using this class, I have just created two real world objects. And inside this object, we are going to pass actual data of aeroplane. And the beauty of this is we can create as many objects we want only from this class. So here you can see for model I have given some value. For capacity I have given the value, and whatever objects we are creating from class, those are called as instance of class. So here inside this what we are having? We are having real data of aeroplane. Just like we can build multiple aeroplanes from just one blueprint and all of these instances, so these objects can have different data in them, but they are going to share the same functionality, which is nothing but takeoff and land. So as of now, you should only have a mental model that class is a blueprint, and using that blueprint, we can create real world object, and only from one blueprint we can create multiple instances of those classes. On the real world, which are created from classes, are called as instance of class. Let us now understand four pillars of OOP. So till now we have seen about classes. It is nothing but it is a blueprint using which we can create real world object. So we know how classes work, but the next question is how do we actually design a class? Or in other words, how we can represent real world data using classes in programming. So we have already seen, so classes are nothing but they are just going to describe our model, and it is simply like aircraft engineers developing a blueprint to exactly plan and describe an aeroplane. But now these questions are asked by aircraft trainee. How do we actually design a class, or how can we represent real world data using classes in programming, or what is the process for planning and designing an aeroplane? So if you are engineer, if you are expert, you will be having this idea. But if you are a trainee and you have only seen how classes work, but you have not seen how they are actually built. So for this, the answer is not straightforward, because we are not having single way of designing classes. We are having multiple ways, but here we are going to follow this four fundamental principle that will guide us towards a good class implementation. And these principles are abstraction, encapsulation, polymorphism, and inheritance. One by one, we are going to understand all these principles, because it is not only important in JavaScript, but it is important for all the programming languages. And these pillars can be used outside of the OOP, but they are especially relevant in this context. Online, I have found this amazing meme, and the credit goes to the respective owner. Encapsulation, we are having polymorphism, inheritance, and abstraction. As of now, you will not understand this meme, but once you understand all this principle, after that, once you look at this meme, you will laugh and you will understand these concepts in more better way. Let us now understand first pillar in object-oriented programming. That is nothing but abstraction. So abstraction basically means ignoring the details or hiding the details that really don't matter. So from this analogy, we are having this abstraction where the child is hidden. Now we are going to understand this concept using one simple analogy. Consider TV remote control. Inside this, we are having multiple buttons. We have button power off and power on the TV. We are having button to increase and decrease the volume. We are having buttons to change the channel. And finally, we are having mute button. Apart from this, we are having some buttons which user can directly interact with. But here, if you see the remote control, we are having simple interface. We are not having complex detail inside this remote. But when actual remote is built, inside that we will be having lot of other details. We are going to have lot of other programs, how the current will be flowing. We will have lot of complexity. But as a user, we do not want to know all these details. So that is the reason entire complex inner working will be hidden from normal user. And also when we use this remote, we do not want to understand how it is working. Directly, we are going to use remote interface and whatever buttons are given, using that buttons only, we can operate our entire TV. So what this remote will be doing, it is going to abstract away complex operation that happen when you press a button. Whenever you press power on, TV will be switched on. But we really don't know how electricity is flowing through the circuit. When I click on that power on button, how TV is getting switched on. When I click on increasing the volume, how I am able to control the volume. I really do not have to understand how it is working. Simply, I am going to press the button. Accordingly, whatever requirement I am having, I can fulfill that requirement only by using simple interface of remote. So for using remote control, I don't have to do any course. I don't have to really understand their working. Simply, I have to press the button and I can change the channel. I can increase the volume and also I can off the TV. But if the remote is not built in this way and if we are having all the features implemented, then inside this class, we will be having all this unnecessary information which is not required to user. Definitely, user do not need all this kind of complexity and user do not want to understand why it is working in this way, why it is not working in this way. User do not want to understand this. But without abstracting, if we are trying to build a remote, this will be all the properties and this will be all the behaviors and this will be a real phone. But for user, what we are going to do, only necessary information we are going to build and rest all complex detail we are going to hide from the user. So from this class, I have only taken important properties and methods and I have constructed this abstracted remote. Now this remote can be easily operated by user. But if the remote workings are not hidden, if the complexity is not hidden, then it will be very difficult to understand each and every feature and also it will be very difficult to interact with the remote. So that is the reason without abstracting, we will be having all this unnecessary information. But after abstracting, after hiding unnecessary information, we are left with this abstracted remote. And inside this abstracted remote, we are only going to interact with few buttons to switch on and off the TV, increase the volume and changing the channels. So remember, whenever you are creating class, And when you're using this pillar, you don't have to use all these low level details. All these details has to be hidden from user. But now you will be having a question, even if the user is not aware how the remote is working, we can give all the features so that whoever knows how to operate the remote, they can work with that remote. But that mindset is very wrong. You should think of each and every one whenever you are coding. When I talk about HTML, inside that we are having semantic elements using which our website has to be accessible for screen readers. So whenever you are designing something, you should keep each and every user in mind, and accordingly you have to build. You cannot write complex program so that it will not be understood by anyone, or it will only be understood by few people. You cannot do that. You should keep everybody in mind, and accordingly you have to write your program. So that is the reason, once you abstracted all the complex feature and once you have hidden all the unnecessary details, then using the product will become very simple, and also it will become very easy to use. So our abstracted remote control will provide simple interface, that is only the buttons, and it is going to hide complexity of how the remote operates. And this abstraction makes easier for user interact with the TV without needing any technical knowledge. So this is our abstracted remote, and nowadays every developer use abstraction to manage complexity, increase efficiency, and also improve the reusability of code. Each and every time you do not have to build complex logic. Whatever logic you have written, accordingly you can use in other programs if that program is suited with your code. Now let us consider our aeroplane example. Inside this aeroplane we are having aeroplane engine, and this engine will be having lot of technical stuff and lot of other stuff. And when you're traveling by aeroplane, you do not have to understand how this engine is working, how this engine is built. What we are going to do? We are going to ignore all these details, because when we are traveling by any vehicle, our main focus is to reach the destination, not focusing on any details, how it is working, how the wheels are rotating. We do not have to really understand each and every detail. We are only focused on our destination. Similarly, while working with DOM elements like query selector all, let it be any method, simply we are going to use the method, and accordingly we are accessing the IDs, we are accessing the classes, and accordingly we are doing DOM manipulation. But behind the scene, we do not know how these methods are working. By using get element by ID, how I am able to select IDs only. By using get elements by class name, how I am able to select classes. By using this query selector, how I am able to select element ID classes. We do not know all this complex detail. What we do, we only use this method, and accordingly we are going to do our DOM manipulation. And what is going on behind and how it is working, that is unnecessary, so we really do not have to worry about that. So here also each and every complex level detail is abstracted from user. And also in software development, abstraction enables developers to hide complex implementation details, and they are only going to expose key features of an object. They are not going to show inner working to the world. They are just going to hide complex implementation detail, and whatever is required to run that product, they are only going to show that. So in software development, whenever you are coding, you should always try to hide complex implementation. So this is all about abstraction. So using abstraction, we can ignore unnecessary details which really don't matter. Let us now understand what is encapsulation. Encapsulation basically means keeping some properties and methods private inside the class so that they are not accessible from outside the class. So here inside this meme, we are having this private, public and protected. So basically, the main purpose of encapsulation is to protect data being accessed or modified directly from outside class, using which we can maintain the integrity of a data by providing controlled access through different methods. If we are having some properties or methods inside the class which are marked as private, then those properties and methods will not be accessible from outside of the class. So here I have created simple example class remote. Inside this, for volume and channel I have given as private, and for this change channel I have given as private. And again, this private class do not exist in JavaScript because as of now we are only going to understand mental model of OOP. Later on we are going to see how these concepts will be working in JavaScript. So here these properties will not be accessible from outside. Suppose if you make these properties and methods accessible to everyone, they can modify the code, they can do lot of changes, and at one point when we want to implement, then maybe our code will be broken down and we will not be able to get the exact result because outside of the class our code has been modified. So whatever important properties or methods we are implementing inside the class, always make them private so that it will not be accessible from outside of the world. So using that technique, we can easily prevent external code from accidentally manipulating this internal state. Encapsulation is also one of the important pillar because using this concept, we can bundle the data and methods that is going to operate on the data into one single unit. Usually that unit is nothing but a class. So using which we can directly restrict the access to some of the object components, which means that some data is hidden from outside world and can only be accessed through public methods. So here private is nothing but which can only be accessed inside the class. So this private properties and methods can be accessed inside the class, but they will not be accessible from outside of this class. And these public methods are nothing but the methods or the properties which are not private, they are called as public methods. And public methods will not be encapsulated and they can be accessed from outside, and also these public methods can be modified from outside. But whatever important methods we are having or important properties we do not want to change from outside, we should always make them as private. And this is very important because when we allow external code to manipulate internal state directly, it can cause many kind of bugs, especially when you're working in large code bases. And if you're having large developer team, then you will end up with lot of bug if you allow external code to manipulate your internal state. If you do that easily, our code will be broken out and we will not be having exact result. So making our methods private will make it easy for us to change our code without breaking the code from outside, which might be relied on some of these methods. So in summary, we should always have the goal to nicely encapsulate most of our data and methods. And we are only going to leave essential methods as public, which will not impact the code and which will not break the code. But if the internal method is dependent on another methods, do not make them public and do not give access to outer world to make changes to your methods. So understanding encapsulation is very important because using which we can secure our code. Let us now talk about third most important pillar in OOP, that is inheritance. Inheritance is a mechanism where a new class is created based on an existing class, and the new class which is derived from existing class is called as subclass or child class or derived class, and the class which is existing, it is called as superclass or base class or parent class. And this child class will inherit all the properties and methods from parent class, which will allow code reusability, and they are going to create relationship between classes. So here in this, what we are doing, one class we are inheriting from another class. So here in this meme, if you see, we have father and son. Son will be having all the features from father, and also son will be having its own feature. Similarly, let us see another example. I am going to consider vehicles. Inside vehicles, we are going to have lot of vehicle. We can have car, truck, bicycle and bus. So here vehicle is called as base class. You can also tell as parent class, and this other class which are derived from vehicle, it is called as child class. So here I have considered car. Car can be derived from vehicle, so it is called as derived class. Now here parent class will be having common features such as wheels, engine and ability to move, because all these vehicles will be having all these common features. They will be having wheels, they will be having seats, they will be having engine, and also they will be having wheels to move from one place to another. So these are the common features available inside the vehicle. So all these common features we are going to implement in one class. That class is called as parent class. And later on, when I want to derive all these features, simply I am going to inherit all the properties and methods from parent class, and in return I will be getting all the properties and methods from parent class along with own unique feature. Because for car we can have seat, we are having different number of seat. For bus we are having different number of seat. How the engine is implemented, the working can be different. So they will be having their own feature. Apart from this, they are going to inherit all the properties and methods from their parent class. So here what we have two classes, parent class and child class. And from parent class we can create object, and from child class we can create object, and the objects what we are creating from class, it is called as instance. So we can create instance of each specific type of vehicle, and they will be having common feature both from vehicle class, and they will be having their own feature. So you should really understand this. But when it comes to JavaScript, inheritance will be different. So here what we are doing, we are inheriting one class and we are getting all the properties and methods inside another class. So this is my vehicle class. Inside this, I am having some data and also I am having some behavior. So this is called as parent class. So you can also tell as super class. You can also tell as base class. And after that, I have created this child class. Okay, the syntax will be different, but here I have created another class car. And here if you see color, color we are having, model, model we are having, start, stop, accelerate, brake. So here inside this also I am having all the methods. Apart from that, we are having one additional method refuel, and here I am having additional property fuel type. So basically what we have done inheritance. Once we apply this inheritance, this class is called as child class. You can also call it as subclass or derived class. And from this parent class, we have inherited all the properties and methods. Apart from that, this child class is having its own property and method. So in more formal terms, inheritance makes all the properties and methods of a certain class available to a child class which forms the hierarchy between these two classes. And the simple goal of using inheritance is to reuse the logic that is common to both of the classes. But just make a note, in this example, we have seen we are inheriting classes. Later on, we are going to see different way of inheritance, but as a mental model, you should know what is inheritance and what is the purpose of using inheritance. Let us understand last pillar inside OOP, that is polymorphism. So first, let us see this meme. Inside this polymorphism, I am having this Spider-Man. So here, in this polymorphism meme, here you can see we are having multiple spiders. We are having many spiders here. Similarly, polymorphism is a word which is derived from Greek and it means many shapes. Poly means many and morphism means shapes. So in simple term, polymorphism means child class can override the method that is inherited from parent class. So after inheriting, child will be having all the methods from parent, but according to its use, it can easily override that method. So polymorphism is the ability of different objects to respond to the same method call in different ways depending on their specific types. For example, let us consider musical instrument. This is nothing but a superclass and it is going to define all the common actions that all the instruments can perform, such as play. And from this, we can derive multiple subclasses. We can have piano and also we can derive guitar. So these come under the category of instrument. So instrument will be the parent class and this piano and guitar will be the child class because they are going to inherit all the properties from parent class. So here I have created instrument class. Inside that I am having some properties and methods. Then for piano I have created some class and also I have added extra method for piano. But now if you see guitar, inside this I am having same property, I am having method and also I am having extra method. So here our instrument is the parent class and this piano and guitar are the child classes. And both have inherited properties and methods from parent class, that is nothing but our instrument class. But if you closely notice here, so here for guitar we are passing one parameter, but inside this parent we have not passed any parameter. So what we have done, according to its specific requirement, we have overwritten this play method inside this child class. So polymorphism simply means child class is going to override the methods which are inherited from parent class according to their specific requirement. So this specific implementation of play method is going to execute depending on the actual type of the object. So using guitar, I can create multiple objects and for that object, whenever I am accessing this play method, it is going to execute in different way because here I have passed parameter. Accordingly, I am accessing the method and I am giving different behavior. Exact same method name we are going to pass inside the child class, but based on its requirement we are going to override the method which we have inherited from parent class by adding some extra feature or by removing the feature which we have got from parent class. As the name says, many shapes. Similarly, by using the name, by using the same method we can perform different actions. Let us now finally understand OOP in JavaScript. Before having this understanding, if you start with writing the code, you will not be able to understand behind the scene how OOP will be working in JavaScript. So I will go very slow because this entire lecture is very important. Understand OOP in JavaScript. So before starting with OOP in JavaScript, past few lectures we have understood about classical object-oriented programming, and in that we have seen about class. So class is nothing but it is a blueprint for creating object, and this classical OOP is completely different from traditional OOP. So in this lecture, we are going to see how it is different from traditional OOP, and also we are going to see what are the different ways of implementing this paradigm in JavaScript. This is our traditional OOP, in which we are going to create instance from class, and class is nothing but it is a blueprint which is going to tell how to build something, and also we can use this model to build many real world objects. For example, we have seen about aeroplane. Using this blueprint, we can create many real world aeroplanes. In the same way, this theoretical class can be used to create actual objects which are called as instance, and which can then be used in our code. And this process of creating instance from class is called as instantiation. You should remember this concept. The process of creating instance from classes are called as instantiation, and our object will be having complete real data, and inside class we will be having complete model. Using that model we are going to give real world data. But in JavaScript we are not going to work with traditional OOP, because JavaScript is having different syntax, and also it is going to work in different way. But still, we have seen about these classes, and also we have seen about this object, because in JavaScript we will have lot of similar concept, and also it will be very helpful to understand this class instance model. So these terminologies like class, objects, instance, instantiation are still valid in JavaScript, and many people they use this terminology in the context of JavaScript. So it is very important to first understand traditional OOP and have the mental model, so that you can easily get started with OOP in JavaScript. So now let us finally see how does OOP actually work in JavaScript. Not about traditional OOP. Now we are going to start with our classical OOP, using which we can understand how OOP work in JavaScript. So in JavaScript we have something called as prototype, and all the objects in prototype are linked to a certain prototype object. So we say that each object has a prototype. So remember, each and every object in JavaScript are linked to this prototype object. And this prototype contains methods and properties that all the objects which are linked to this prototype can easily access and use for them. And so this behavior is called as prototypal inheritance. So prototypal inheritance means all the objects that are linked to a certain prototype object can use the methods and properties that are defined on that prototype. So it simply means objects are going to inherit methods and properties from prototype, which is the reason this inheritance is called as prototypal inheritance. Because here our object, our instance is going to inherit from a class. So it is completely different from traditional OOP and this classical OOP. Do not mix both the inheritance, because this prototypal inheritance is completely different from traditional OOP inheritance. And usually we are going to represent the diagram in this way. Our arrow will be pointing upward. But before that, make a note, in traditional OOP, we have seen about inheritance. Inside that, classes were inheriting from another class. That is, inside four pillars of OOP, we have seen about inheritance, where one class is inheriting from another class. But in this classical OOP, it is completely different. It is not going to work similar to our traditional OOP because in this, our instance, our object is inheriting from class. We can also tell this mechanism as objects delegate behavior to the linked prototype object. So this mechanism you can also call it as delegation or prototypal inheritance because you can see our arrow is pointing upward. But it really don't matter what you call this mechanism. You can either call prototypal inheritance or you can call delegation because once we start with practical, you do not have to worry what this mechanism is called. Only thing we are going to see how this prototypal inheritance will be working and how OOP actually work in JavaScript. Later, as we progress with this course, we are going to add few more things inside this diagram to understand complete model of OOP in JavaScript. Before starting with OOP or before even actually understanding what OOP is, we have actually seen this mechanism happening lot many times. For example, if I consider array slice method, so this method is going to return shallow copy of a portion of an array into a new array object selected from start to end. So this is normal slice method, but if you go to MDN document, inside that you will see array.prototype.slice. You will be having the method displayed in this way. You can go to MDN document and you can see for any method inside that we will have array.prototype.slice. If you consider reduce method, array.prototype.reduce, filter, array.prototype.filter. So for each and every method, we are going to have array.prototype. So now why I am showing you this example only to understand this prototypal inheritance. So here our array.prototype is the prototype object of all the arrays that we create in JavaScript. So this array.prototype is similar to this prototype using which we are going to create all the array methods that we use in JavaScript. So inside this array.prototype, we are going to have all the array methods including our slice method. So now here array.prototype is the prototype of our fruits array. You can see this is our fruits and inside that I am just applying this slice method. So array.prototype is the prototype of our fruits array, which means our fruit is linked to this array.prototype. Do not get confused. This array.prototype is the prototype of fruits array. Is the prototype of fruit array, which means our fruits is linked to this prototype. Once it is linked, whatever properties or methods we are having inside this array.prototype, we can easily access. So that is the reason this fruits array is able to access this slice method. But this slice method is present inside this array.prototype. So in our example, our fruits array is inheriting the slice method from array.prototype. We can also say array delegated the behavior of mapping to its prototype. So you should understand this model. This slice method is not defined on the fruit array, but it has defined on its prototype. And from that prototype, we can easily access all the properties and methods. So here array.prototype is a prototype of all the array object we can create in JavaScript. Let it be map, let it be reduce, whatever methods we are having that are present inside array.prototype. So easily whatever arrays we are creating, we can easily access that method and properties from its prototype. That is what it has represented in diagram. Our prototypes will containing methods and properties and our objects linked to that prototype can easily access methods and properties. Behind the scene, arrays are also object. So that is the reason they can easily access methods and properties which are defined inside prototype. But now you will be having lots of questions. How do we implement object-oriented programming in JavaScript? Like, how do we actually create prototypes? How do we link object to prototypes? And also, how can we create a new object without having classes from which we can instantiate object? Because in traditional OOP, easily from class, we can inherit all the properties and methods to another class. But in this classical OOP, it is completely different. So we should understand how to create a new object without having classes from which we can instantiate object. So basically, we should understand how to create prototype, how to create object, and how to link that object to prototype. So in JavaScript, we are having three different ways of implementing OOP. So first is using constructor function, second is using ES classes, and third is using Object.create. So one by one, we are going to understand all these ways of implementing OOP. But before finishing this lecture, it is very important to keep in mind the four principles what we have seen in a traditional OOP, that is abstraction, inheritance, encapsulation, and polymorphism, are still valid in this classical OOP. And these are important pillars when it comes to prototypal inheritance. So this is a brief overview how OOP will be working in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, whatever objects we are having, that will be linked to prototype, and inside prototype, we will have all the methods and properties using which our objects can easily access all the properties and methods. And this entire process is called as prototypal inheritance. Let us now understand what is constructor function and how to get started with constructor function. So in JavaScript, we have seen object as loose collection of data without making them interact with one another. This is a simple object literal, but now in OOP, programmatically, we are going to see how to create object. And there are three ways of doing this: constructor function, ES6 classes, and object.create. So now we are going to focus on constructor function. So using constructor function, we can easily create objects from function. And this constructor function is a special type of function in JavaScript which is used to initialize our object. That is, using which we can start creating our object. So this is the way built-in objects like arrays, maps, or sets are created and implemented. And this constructor function is completely like normal function, but only difference between regular function and constructor function is that we call this constructor function along with new operator. So let us start with creating our constructor function. I have opened my Visual Studio Code. Now inside this, we are going to create our constructor function. Here I will write one comment, creating constructor function. Let us go step by step. So when we talk about functions, we can create functions in three ways. We can use function expression, we can use function declaration, and we can use arrow function. But when we are working with JavaScript OOP, we are not going to work with arrow function because it is not having its own this keyword. Here I will write not working. So while creating constructor function, we can either use function expression or function declaration. So first, let us start with function expression. Here I will write const. Inside function expression, whenever we are creating, we are going to start with small letters. But when we are working with constructor function, we have to start with capital letter. Here I will give aeroplane. and then I'm just going to give function. Inside function, how we pass parameters. Similarly, inside this, we can pass parameters. So we are going to consider our aeroplane class. Inside this, I'm going to pass model and also I'm going to pass capacity. And here I will just open this blocks. So this is called as function expression, using which I have created my constructor function. You can also do the same thing using function declaration. Below this, I will be writing function. Then I'm just going to write aeroplane. And inside this, I will be passing model and capacity. So you can either follow function expression or you can follow function declaration. It depends on your choice, but mostly I use function expression to create constructor function. Let me comment this, and here I will be writing this comment, and I will copy this function expression, and here I am going to paste. So this is the simple syntax of creating constructor function. It is very similar to regular function, but when we call this constructor function, instead of simply calling the function name, we are going to use new operator and call this constructor function. And main idea of creating this constructor function is to create object for this aeroplane. So in this example, main idea of using this constructor function is to create object for this aeroplane. So here we are not using classes. Instead, what we are doing, we are creating function. Using that function, we are going to generate object. Let us now understand how to call constructor function with this new operator. And when I talk about a new operator, it is one of the important operator whenever we are working with JavaScript hook. So step by step, we are going to see how this operator will be working. So this is the syntax of creating constructor function. Now I will come to this file. I will just copy this and here I am going to paste. Now, as we already know, constructor function is similar to regular function, but the difference is whenever we are calling constructor function, we are going to use new operator. So normal function, we are going to call in this way. If this was a normal function, we would have called in this way. And inside this, we will be passing some values. For model, I will give here Boeing 747, and also for capacity I'm just going to give 461. So this is the normal function we would call in this way, but when we are calling regular function, before this simply we are going to add this new operator. That's it. This is the difference between regular function call and constructor function call. And this new operator is very special operator because apart from calling the function, behind the scene, it is going to do few more things. So here, let us write the steps, what it will be doing. First, what it will do, it is just going to create new empty object. The first step, as soon as our constructor function is called with new operator, it is going to create this empty object. Okay, this is how empty object will be represented. First, it is going to create empty object. Then after that, our function is called. And once our function is called, what happens? That this keyword which is present inside the function will be assigned to this empty object. So at this keyword will be assigned to the empty object which was created as soon as we call the constructor function with new operator. Then what happens? This empty object will be linked to the prototype. And when we talk about prototypal inheritance, objects has to be linked to prototype. So here comes the third step where our empty object will be linked to prototype. Then finally, first step, our function is going to return this empty object. automatically it is just going to return this empty object. So these are the 4 steps behind the scene new operator will be doing. So first it is going to create the new object. Then our function is called, in which this keyword will be set to this newly created object. So basically in the execution context of aeroplane function, this keyword is going to point to the new object here which we have created in step number 1. And remember, all this is going to happen only because we are calling the function with this new operator. Then third step, this newly created object is going to link to the prototype. Then finally, the object which was created in the beginning is automatically returned from the constructor function. So this constructor function is going to return our empty object. And in second step, our empty object is assigned to this keyword. So inside this constructor function, when you log this, what output it will be giving? It will be giving me empty object. Let me inspect this. Refresh once. Now you can see it has returned empty object and it is telling me it is from the function aeroplane, which is nothing but a constructor function. And this function has immediately returned me empty object. Why? Because at second step, we have assigned this empty object which was created in first step to this keyword. And automatically, after linking to prototype, our function is going to return this empty object. So that is the reason I am having this empty object here for this keyword. By looking at this, now we know this constructor function is going to return this keyword because this keyword is assigned to this empty object. Now what I want, inside this object, I want to add some properties so that whatever values I have given here, accordingly that values will be assigned to that properties. So this is our object. So this is nothing but an object. And to add properties inside the object, we are simply going to use dot operator. I will give the property name as model. You can give any property name. But for this property, while assigning the value, you have to pass exact same parameter name. Because this parameter will be having this value. So that is the reason we have to pass exact same value. But for this property, you can give any name. I will separate by semicolon. Then again inside this object, because this is my object, inside this I am going to add the property capacity. This is the convention we follow. Whatever parameters we are having, same property name we are going to create. And for this, I am just going to assign the same value. So now what happens? Inside this object, I will be having two properties, model as well as I will be having capacity. Now below this, I'm just going to log this, save it. Now you can see, now inside this object, I have added two properties, model and capacity. And what values it has taken? When I call this constructor function with this new operator, whatever values I have passed, that values are assigned to this properties. So this Boeing 747 will be assigned here. That value will be passed here. So inside this object property model, value will be assigned. 461 value will be passed here. And inside object, this value will be assigned to this capacity property. So successfully, what we have done, programmatically, we have created our object. So this constructor function is similar to blueprint using which we are creating object. We cannot create only one object. We can create multiple objects using this constructor function. I will remove this. Instead, for this, I'm just going to assign one variable. I will write here Boeing is equal to, below this, I'm just going to write here log. Inside this, I will be passing Boeing. You can see I got the same result. Now similarly, I can create another object and accordingly I can pass different values. I will paste it here. I will write Boeing 1. I will change the values. I will write here Boeing 1 675 and capacity I will give 500. And while printing I will give Boeing 1. Now you can see using the same template I can create multiple objects. So now instead of loosely collection of object data, programmatically we have seen how to create object. I can create multiple objects. Below this I will be writing Airbus and inside this I will be passing Airbus 360 and also I'm going to pass the capacity as 555. Copy this Airbus, paste it here. You can see template will be same. Accordingly, whatever values I have changed, that values will be displayed inside the object. And it is already pointing us to this constructor function, which is nothing but our aeroplane. So let us recap. This constructor function is similar to regular function, but when this constructor function is called, we are going to call along with this new operator. And apart from calling the function with this new operator, behind the scene, new operator is going to perform this first step. First, it is going to create the empty object. Then our function is called and then this keyword will be assigned to this empty object. And after that, empty object will be linked to the prototype. Once it is linked to the prototype, automatically our function is going to return this empty object. So when we display this, it is going to return empty object and inside that object, we have added this two properties, model and capacity. And using this template, programmatically, we can create multiple objects. You should really understand how this new operator will be working. Only then you will know how the constructor function is called, why we are using this keyword, why we are adding the properties in this way, and what is the reason of creating this object programmatically. So that once we have the project, we can easily link to the prototype and accordingly, whatever methods and properties our prototype is having, we can easily access and we can implement in our code. Let us now see what is instance of operator. So we have already seen objects which are created from class is called as instance. But now using constructor function, technically we have not used any classes. Instead, we have created regular function and we have called this constructor function with this new operator. But using this constructor function successfully, we are able to create object and these constructor functions have been used since in the beginning of JavaScript to simulate classes. But we already know JavaScript does not support real classes. But here we have created object Boeing and also we have created object Airbus. So we can still say Boeing is an instance of aeroplane and Airbus is an instance of aeroplane. So to check that whether it is instance of aeroplane or not, we are having instance of operator. Here I will be writing comment instance of all lowercase letters. I will write here log. I will write my Boeing. Boeing is an instance of aeroplane. If it is an instance of aeroplane, it will be returning true. If it is not, then it will be returning false. Now here I got the result as true. Why? Because Boeing is an instance of aeroplane. Similarly, I can check for Airbus. I will just copy this down. I will copy Airbus. Now you can see for this also I will have the result as true. Why? Because Airbus is also an instance of aeroplane. But now I will be creating one variable. I will write here data and inside this I will assign Boolean value. For this, now I am going to check data instance of aeroplane. Now clearly you can see data is having Boolean value it is not instance of aeroplane. So as soon as I save this, for this I am going to get the result as false. Only objects which are created using this constructor function, those will be instance of this function. So as this Boeing and Airbus is an instance of aeroplane, these properties we can call as instance properties. Here I will write one comment, instance properties. Why they are called as instance properties? Because these properties, model and capacity, will be available on all the instances that are created from this constructor function. So for this is an instance. For this also, this property will be available. And for this Airbus also, this property will be available. Now what about methods? How methods are created inside this constructor function? So below this, I will write here this. I will give the method name as takeoff. Here I am just going to write function. And here simply I am just going to log this message. I will write I am newly created method. So here these are called as instance properties because all the instances will be having this property. Now here I have created this method and inside this object I have added the method. Now if you see here inside this Boeing also I am having the method and inside this Airbus also I am having the method. Now if I want to print this data inside this, simply I can write Airbus dot takeoff. I'm just going to give parenthesis, save it. Now whatever data I'm having inside this method, successfully I am able to log that. So all the instances can easily access all the properties and methods which are available inside the function. But now the problem is if I create multiple instances, all the instances will be having copy of this method. You can see here also I am having copy of my method. Here also I am having copy of my method. But we can easily access the method and we can get the result. But the problem is if I have created 1000 objects using this constructor function, I will be having 1000 copy of this takeoff function. So if I am having 1000 copies of the same function, what I am doing? I am not following right principle. I am repeating my code. So whenever we are programming, we should always follow right principle and we should not repeat our code multiple times. If we are repeating the same code, then our performance of the code will be reduced. So this is a very bad practice. Here I will write this is bad practice. Instead of creating the methods in this way, we are going to use something called as prototype, and there we are going to use this method, and from there all the objects or all the instances which are created from this constructor function can get access to that method. But as of now, you should understand we are having instance of operator property using which we can check the object which is created is an instance of constructor function or not. If it is yes, it will be giving true. If it is not, it will be giving false. And these properties are called as instance properties, and the method which we are going to create later, those are called as instance method. But this is the bad practice of creating method. In next lecture, we are going to see how to add method inside prototype. Let us now finally start with prototypes. And in this lecture, we are going to have lots of confusing topics. But in simple way, I will try to explain so that you will not be confused and also you will be able to master this concept. So in this lecture, we are going to learn what is prototype property, what is underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property, what is prototype of property and has own property. So first, let us see about prototype property. And in our previous lecture, we have already seen Whenever we are adding method directly inside constructor function, whatever instances we are creating, each and every instance will be having copy of this object. So what happens if we are creating 1000 objects, then 1000 objects will be having copy of this method. So definitely we do not want to do that because we are not following dry principle. And multiple times if we are repeating the code, then we are simply decreasing the performance of our code. So instead of doing in this way, what we can do, we can use prototype property which is available inside any function in JavaScript, and that is also true for constructor function. So first I will write here log, and inside this I will write function name dot prototype property, and this prototype property is available on all JavaScript function. I will inspect. So this prototype property has returned me object. Let me refresh once. Now you can see what it has returned. It has returned empty object. Why empty? Because in this prototype property, we have not added any properties or methods. But in that function, we are having prototype property, which is also an object. But in object, we have not added any properties or methods. So now what we are going to do, inside this prototype property, we are going to create this method. Below this, I will write aeroplane dot prototype, and inside this exact same method, I'm going to copy, and here I will be pasting. And this bad practice, I'm just going to comment. I will just bring this down. Now as soon as I save, you can see now inside my prototype property, I am having this takeoff function. So here what I have done, instead of directly adding the method inside the constructor function, I have added the method inside the prototype property which is available on function. Now what happens? This method is available inside the prototype property of aeroplane. So the objects which are created using this function can inherit the properties which are available inside this prototype property. Below this, I will write here log, and inside this, I am going to write Boeing. Save it. Now inside this Boeing, if you notice, I am having model and also I am having capacity. But this takeoff is not present. Why? Because this takeoff method directly we have not added inside the object. Instead, we have created this takeoff method inside prototype property of our function. But what I mentioned, once we have the method inside this property, this object can easily inherit this method. I will comment this. Below this, I'm just going to write Boeing dot takeoff, open and close parenthesis, save it. Now you can see successfully I am able to access the method, and whatever data I am having inside that method, I am able to display that data in my console. Same it is going to work for Airbus also. Below this I will be writing Airbus takeoff, save it. You can see again I am able to access this takeoff method which is present inside prototype property of our aeroplane function. So here successfully I am able to get the result because whichever object is calling the method, this keyword will be set to that object which is calling that method. So here this keyword will be the Boeing object, and inside this keyword will be the Airbus object. But now let us understand how we are able to access this takeoff method from constructor function. So for that, inside every object, we are having this underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property. Below this, I am going to write log, and inside this, I will simply write my object dot underscore underscore proto underscore underscore. Save it. Now you can see what result I got. I got object. Inside that, I am having this takeoff function. But here, when I display this aeroplane.prototype, for this also, I have got the same result. So from this, what we can conclude, Boeing underscore underscore proto is equal to this aeroplane.prototype. So now the confusing part comes. So this aeroplane.prototype is the prototype of Boeing object. From here, we have already concluded and we have got the result. Below this, we can prove. I will write here Boeing dot underscore underscore proto is equal to aeroplane dot proto. Let me copy. And here I will be pasting. If it is true, you can see I got the result as true. So this is the most confusing part. So here aeroplane.prototype is not prototype of aeroplane. Instead, aeroplane.prototype is the prototype of the objects which are created from this constructor function. So again, let me repeat. Inside each and every function, we are having this prototype property. So this is the prototype property which is available inside the function, and this is nothing but object. Now inside this object, we can easily add this method. So once we added the method, whatever objects we are creating, they can inherit and they can access that method. And inside this object, again, we are going to have this proto property, and we already know in JavaScript, each and every object will be linked to prototype. So for this object also, we should be having some prototype. So when we check the prototype, it is going to give this result, aeroplane.prototype. So this aeroplane.prototype is the prototype of the object which are created using this constructor function. But aeroplane.prototype is not the prototype of aeroplane itself. Instead, it is the prototype of the object which are created using this constructor function. So to prove that, we are having one more method is prototype. I will come down, paste the comment. Below this, I will write here log. Now I am going to write aeroplane dot prototype dot is prototype of, and inside this I am going to pass aeroplane. Now you can see I got the result as false. Aeroplane.prototype is not the prototype of aeroplane, but aeroplane.prototype is the prototype of object which we have created. So Boeing is the object, I will have the result true. And also we are having Airbus. Airbus is also the object which will be having access to this prototype. So that is the reason we got the result as true. So this is the very confusing part because of this bad naming convention. Instead of having prototype property, we could have prototype of object or prototype of instance or prototype of linked object, something like that. So this is confusing because of this bad naming convention of this property. But now the next question is, from where do we get this underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property inside this object? Below this, I will log, and inside this, I will be giving Boeing. Let me comment this entire thing. And also this one. Save it. Now you can see inside this Boeing, I am having object. Now here, I am having this prototype. And inside this prototype, I am having my takeoff function. And this prototype is nothing but prototype property of our aeroplane function. But now, how do we get access to this underscore underscore proto? So that is where our new operator will be working. Inside this, we are having the third step. Our empty object will be linked to the prototype. So third step, what we have done, our empty object is linked to prototype. So this Boeing object will be linked to this aeroplane.prototype. So what it will do? It is going to set this proto property on the object to the prototype property of the constructor function. So that is the reason our JavaScript will be knowing Boeing is the object which is connected to this aeroplane.prototype. Just take your time and understand what is proto property and what is prototype property of the constructor function, and also how they are linked and how the objects are getting access to that proto property, because this is very confusing because of bad naming convention, but this is how you have to learn. But later we are going to see lot of example to understand this concept in more better way. So we have only created the method. Now what about properties? Can we add properties inside prototype property of constructor function? Yes, we can. So here I will write aeroplane dot prototype property, and inside this I will be writing is flying is equal to, I will give the value as currently not flying. So here what I have done, this property directly I have not added inside the object. Instead, I have added inside the prototype property of constructor function. Now I will copy this. Below this I am going to paste. Now you can see inside this Boeing object, I am not having this property is flying, and also I am not having takeoff method. Why? Because now this property is available inside this aeroplane.prototype. So here if I write underscore underscore proto property, successfully I will be having is flying property, as well as I will be having this takeoff function. So whatever properties or methods we are having inside this prototype, each and every object can inherit the properties, and easily they can access all those properties and methods. Now here I will log. Inside this I will be writing Boeing dot is flying. Save it. You can see I am able to access the value. Similarly, Airbus dot is flying. I am able to access the value. But still these properties or methods are not available inside this object. What they are doing? They are inheriting from aeroplane.prototype, and they are getting access to those methods and properties. This is what prototypal inheritance means. Once an object is linked to the prototype, whatever properties and methods we are having inside the prototype, our object can easily access that properties and methods. Now here our object is linked to this aeroplane.prototype. So that is the reason we are able to access all the properties and methods. Now finally we are having this has own property, using which we can check the object is having its own property or not. So below this I will be writing the comment, and here I am going to write log. I will write Boeing dot has own property. Inside this I am just going to pass model. Save it. Now I got the result as true. Why? Because inside this Boeing object I am having this model instance property. So this is his own property. So that is the reason I will have the result as true. But here instead of this model, if I give is flying, copy, paste, save it, I will have the result as false. Why? Because now this Boeing is not having the property is flying. Instead, it is inheriting this property from the prototype, and accordingly, it is getting access to this property. But this property is not his own property. So that is the reason I will have false. So this has own property will return true if the property is its own property, and it is going to return false if the property is not its own property. I understand maybe as a beginner this might be confusing, but once you keep on practicing, you will really understand how the objects are linked to prototype and how we are getting access to that prototype. So now, using the diagrams, let us understand what is prototypal inheritance. And we have already seen in JavaScript, every function will be having prototype property. Until now, we have created our constructor function aeroplane, in which we have added model and capacity properties. So when we apply this prototype property on this constructor function, we are going to get this prototype, and this is nothing but object. And later on, if we apply dot constructor property, then in return we are going to get our constructor back. So it will be simply like, I'm just going to apply aeroplane dot prototype dot constructor, which will be giving my constructor function back. And this prototype is nothing but it is an object, and inside that we have created our takeoff function. You should always keep this in mind. Aeroplane dot prototype is not actually prototype of aeroplane. Instead, it is the prototype of all the objects that are created through this aeroplane. And this is the object which we have created, Boeing 747. And for this object, the prototype will be aeroplane.prototype. But aeroplane.prototype is not the prototype of aeroplane itself. Instead, it is the prototype of the objects which are created using this constructor function. Now here, while creating the object, we have used new operator. So let us analyze what happens when we call this constructor function using this new operator. So first, what happens? An empty object is created instantly. So this is how empty object will be created. Inside the function's execution context, this will be our empty object. So here I am having object. Inside that, I am not having any properties. I am not having any methods. But later, what happens? This keyword inside the constructor function will be called and will be set to this new object. But inside this constructor function, we are having model and capacity properties. So accordingly, inside object, whatever values we have given here while calling this function, that values will be passed here. Because inside this second step, this keyword in our constructor function call is set to the new object. So now this new object will be set to this keyword. Then in third step, what happens? This object will be linked to this constructor function prototype. And here inside this new object is linked to this underscore underscore proto property to the constructor functions proto property. So this is how it will be represented. Inside this underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property, our constructor functions prototype will be passed. So now aeroplane.prototype will be the prototype of this object. It will not be the prototype of aeroplane. Instead, aeroplane.prototype will be the prototype of the objects which are created from constructor function. And this entire linking happens inside the third step, where our new object is linked to constructor functions prototype property, and that will be present inside objects underscore underscore proto property. And here this is always going to point to an object's prototype. So now this is nothing but my object prototype, and that is nothing but aeroplane.prototype. And after that, the new object is going to return from constructor function. And this is the entire process which will be working same for constructor function as well as for ES6 classes. But for object.create, we are having different syntax that we are going to see when we start about object.create. And now inside this object, I am just accessing this takeoff method. But if you see here, this takeoff method is not present inside this object. So what it will do, it is just going to look up, and inside its prototype, this takeoff function is available. So that is the reason this object can easily access this method, and accordingly it can execute that method. So if any object is not having method or properties, they are just going to look up and they are going to see in their constructor functions prototype. If that method is available, then they can easily access that method and accordingly display the result. So similarly, in this way, we can create multiple objects. The last step of new operator is our new object is returned from constructor function call. So first step, as soon as we call constructor function with this new keyword, what happens? Empty object is created. Then second step, this keyword in our constructor function call will be set to this new object. Then after that, the new object will be linked to constructor functions prototype property, and that will be present inside underscore underscore proto property of object. And finally, the new object is returned from the constructor function call. So once we have, accordingly, we can create multiple objects using the same template. And if we are not having any method inside the object, it is going to look up inside the constructor functions prototype property. Accordingly, it will inherit all the properties and methods, and objects can easily access those properties and methods. Because in JavaScript, prototype will be having all the methods and properties, and the objects which are linked to that prototype can easily access all the methods and properties. So this process is called as prototypal inheritance. If the object is not having any method, and if that object is linked to any prototype, and in that prototype, if they are finding that method, so this process is called as prototypal inheritance. And also, we have seen why this is important to add the method inside this prototype property of constructor function. Because imagine if we have created 1000 objects, and if our method is available directly inside the constructor function, then 1000 copies of functions will be created. So what that will do, it is just going to reduce the performance, and also code will be having lot of duplicate code. So that is the reason, if any object want to access all the methods, instead of passing directly inside the constructor function, we are going to pass that method inside our constructor prototype property. This is how prototypal inheritance will be working in object-oriented programming. Till now, we have seen what is prototype, what is prototypal inheritance. Now let us understand what is prototype chain. So in our last lecture, we have completely understood this diagram. Inside this constructor function, we are having prototype property in which we are going to pass the method which can be easily accessed by all the objects which are created from this constructor function. And in this object, inside underscore underscore proto property, we are going to get access to aeroplane.prototype property. So that becomes prototype of entire object. And if the object is not having any method, it will just go up, it will look inside that prototype, and if that method is available inside the prototype, it will access that and it is going to use that method. This process is called as prototypal inheritance, because from prototype we are accessing the method and we are just giving access to the objects which are created from our constructor function. If the object is getting access to that method which is available inside the prototype, it is basically inheriting. So this is called as prototypal inheritance. And this ability of looking up methods and properties in a prototype is called as prototype chain. But this is not the end. So let us understand completely about this prototype chain. Step by step, let us deeply understand about this prototype chain. So now here I am having object. Inside this object, we will have underscore underscore proto property, which will be linked to aeroplane.prototype. And this aeroplane is nothing but constructor function. And inside that, we are going to have this prototype property. So this aeroplane.prototype will be passed inside this underscore underscore proto property of object. So now what happens? Our aeroplane.prototype becomes the prototype of this object which is created from constructor function. Till now, everything is clear because multiple times we have understood this entire concept, and we already know this prototype is also an object. So if we are having any object in JavaScript, that should be linked to prototype. Now this is also object. So what will be the prototype of this aeroplane? So again, inside this object, we are going to have underscore underscore proto property. And in this, we are going to go at the top level. And this is how our proto property will be defined in our constructor function. That is nothing but object.prototype. So from where we are getting this object.prototype? From this constructor function object. And inside this constructor function object, we are going to have object.prototype. And this constructor function is nothing but It is a built-in constructor function for objects. So whenever we are creating object literal or whenever we are creating object using this new operator, then this function will be called. So now inside this function, we are going to have prototype property. So we are going to write here object.prototype, and for this aeroplane, inside this underscore underscore proto property, our object.prototype will be linked. So this object.prototype is the prototype of our aeroplane constructor function. But here again, this prototype is also an object and this will be the last level. So for this, inside this, we are going to have underscore underscore proto, which will be assigned the value as null. So simply at the end, for this object constructor function, we are going to have proto property as null. Behind the scene, this is the complete overview of our prototype chain. So in our last level, for our object constructor function, we are going to have null inside our proto property. So now let us see one simple example. Here I have opened console. Now inside this, I'm just going to give object.prototype. As soon as I hit enter, you can see this is the last level, and each and every object literal, or let it be objects which are called using new operator, they will be having this entire structure. Behind the scene, they will be using this object constructor function. Now I will open. Now here inside this, you can see we have underscore underscore proto underscore underscore. As soon as I click on this, as soon as I invoke this property, you can see the value is nothing but null. So after this, we do not have any chain. Simply value of proto will be null for this object constructor function. Now if you see here, if you closely notice, we have seen about has own property, and also we have seen about is prototype property, as well as we have talked about constructor property. But this has own is available inside this object constructor function. Now we have already accessed has own property inside our object, but that has own property is not available inside the object. So what it will do, it is just going to look up, and inside this aeroplane, it will be finding for that method. It is not available. Again, it will go up. Inside object, it will be finding that method. So successfully, our object will be able to access all the properties which are defined inside the prototype chain. So once we have the method available, objects can easily access those methods and it can display the result. So what JavaScript will be doing? JavaScript is going to take the method and it is going to run on this Boeing object as if Boeing object itself having that method has own property. So you should always make a note that that method is not copied to the Boeing object. Instead, it will simply inherit the method from object.prototype through this prototype chain. So this is the entire process of prototype and prototype chain. And this entire process will be very helpful when we see inheritance between two kinds of objects or two different classes. For example, if we have helicopter class which is inheriting from aeroplane class, in that situation, this entire concept, this prototypal inheritance and prototypal chain, this entire concepts will be very helpful, and once you understand, then you can easily master all those concepts. Let us now work on our first challenge. In this, what you have to do, you have to make use of constructor function and you have to implement function truck. And inside that, we are going to have make, load capacity and current load properties. And later, we have to implement load method and we have to implement unload method. And accordingly, based on the conditions specified, we have to display the result in console. And finally, we have to create two truck object and we have to experiment with this load method and unload method. And we have to do it multiple times. So this will be the first challenge. Just take your time and pause the video and try to solve this challenge. So welcome back. Let us now see the solution for this challenge. If you have already completed, then you can easily skip this video solution. But if you are having some doubt, And if you want to practice more about constructor function, then you can continue with this lecture. So below this, we are going to implement the first one. First, what we have to do? We have to create truck constructor function. And inside that, we have to pass make, load capacity and current load. Below this, I will be writing function. I will give my function name as truck. Inside this, I will be passing make. Then we should be passing load capacity. Then finally, we should be passing current load as its properties. Now what I have to do? All these values I have to assign to object. So for this, I will be doing this dot make will be equal to make separate by semicolon. Then this dot load capacity will be equal to load capacity. And finally, this dot current load will be equal to current load. So here, whenever you are giving this properties name, you can give any property name, but while passing these values, it should be exactly matching with this parameter. So now what we have done, we have created three properties, and inside object, we will be passing all these three properties. Now next question, we have to create load method, and we have already seen directly here we cannot add this load method, because if we are creating 1000 object, then this method will be copied 1000 times. So that is going to reduce our performance. So instead of adding this method, what we will do, we are going to add the method inside this truck prototype property. So here I will be writing truck dot prototype, and inside this prototype I will be adding this load method, and this is nothing but function which will be taking one parameter, that is amount. Because inside this load method, what we have to do, we have to find current load by a specified amount, and we have to log new load to the console. And third question, we have to implement unload method. Similar to this, copy. Below this I will be pasting. Here I will be writing unload. And inside this also, we are going to pass one parameter, that is nothing but an amount. Now based on the condition specified, we are going to calculate the result, and accordingly that result we have to display in console. So below this, I will check for the condition. If this dot current load, whatever current load I have given plus amount, I will be adding amount to my current load. If it is less than or equal to this dot load capacity, if this condition is true, then what I will do, inside this current load, I will be adding my amount. So here I will write this dot current load assignment operator. Simply I will be writing amount. So if this condition is true, if my current load plus amount, if this is less than or equal to load capacity of my truck, then I am just going to add the amount to my current load. And here I will write here log. I will be using template string. Inside this I will write this dot make. This will be our truck name. For example, Volvo truck loaded with, here I will be writing the string. Loaded with, I will be passing amount. You can pass any console, whatever data you want, you can pass. And then I will simply write current load. And inside this I will write this dot current load. Save it. Nothing will be displayed because we are only writing the logic. We have not created object set. Else, if this condition is false, I will be writing else condition. I will just copy this console. Here I will be pasting. I will remove this entire thing. Instead, I will be writing cannot load this amount of tons. Why? Because it has exceeded my load capacity tons. Here I will write exceeds capacity. That is nothing but load capacity. Okay, simple enough. So inside this load, if my current load plus amount, if it is less than or equal to this load capacity, only then we are adding amount to our current load, and accordingly we are displaying this console. Example, Volvo truck is loaded with this amount of tons and current load is this one. And if this condition is false, if current load plus amount, if it is greater than load capacity, then simply I will write cannot load this amount of tons because it has exceeded our load capacity tons. Successfully, we have implemented our load functionality. Now, let us work on unload functionality. Here, what we have to do, we have to decrease the truck's current load by a specified amount, and then we have to log new load to the console. So again, inside this, we have to check for the condition. Here I will write if this dot current load minus amount, I just have to decrement this. If it is greater or equal to 0, here I will be writing this dot current load minus equal to our amount. So in this, simply I'm just going to unload. If my current load minus amount, if it is greater or equal to 0, only then I'm just going to subtract my amount from my current load. And below this, I will write log. I will pass the string, and inside this, I will be writing this dot make. That is nothing but a truck name. Here I will write truck unloaded. Simply, I'm just going to pass amount, tons, and after that, I will be writing current load. That is nothing but this dot current load. And finally, if this condition is false, I will be writing else. Let me copy this entire console, paste it here. Inside this, I will be writing cannot unload amount tons because current load is only, I will remove this entire thing. Here I will write current load is only dollar this dot current load, and then I will be writing tons. So successfully, we have implemented entire logic. We have created truck class. Inside that, we have passed make, load capacity, and current load as its properties. We have created load method, and also we have created unload method. And based on the conditions given, we have checked for the conditions, and accordingly, we are displaying the new load in console. If you do not want to perform all this logic, you can simply ignore. Instead, you can perform any calculation. Only thing you should know how to create constructor function in this OOP. Now last question, what we have to do? We have to create two truck object, and then we have to experiment calling this load and unload method multiple times on each of them. So below this, I will be creating two object. I will write here const. Now here I will write truck1 is equal to, how we will call, by using this new operator, we are going to call this function. Inside this, first we have to pass the make, that is truck name. Then we have to pass, here we are having the load capacity. Inside this, I will be passing load capacity as 20 and current load I will be passing 10, and this will be in tons. Similarly, I will be creating truck2. I will change, and inside this I will be passing Scania. Then for this, I will write load capacity as 25 and here current load as 5. So successfully, I have created two objects. Now I have to experiment accessing this load and unload method multiple times. So first what I will do, I will write here truck1, and inside this I will just access load method, and amount I will simply pass here 5. That is nothing but 5 tons. Save it. Now I got Volvo truck loaded with 5 tons and the current load is 15 tons. So now let us understand how we got this result. So here 5 will be passed. 5 will be passed here, and for truck 1 my current load is nothing but 10. 10 plus 5, I will have 15. 15 is less than or equal to 20. Yes, it is. So what happens? Current load will be added with this amount. So now my current load is nothing but 15. So here I am displaying Volvo truck loaded with 5 tons and the current load is nothing but 15 tons. Okay, successfully we have implemented this. Now what I will do, I just want to unload this. Here I will be writing truck1 dot unload, and inside this I will be passing value 3. Now let us understand. So now I will come here. Inside this unload, 3 will be passed. Current load is nothing but 15. 15 minus 3, I will have 12. 12 is greater or equal to 0. Yes, it is. I will come inside this. And my current load is 15. 15 minus 3. Now my current load becomes 12. So here I will have Volvo truck unloaded with 3 tons and the current load is nothing but 12 tons. So 3 tons I have unloaded from 15. If 3 has gone, then remaining will be 12 tons. Now inside this truck 1, I just want to load 10 tons. So just think for a second and tell me. Now here we are having current load as 12, load capacity as 20, and we are just loading this 10 tons. So what will be our final result? As soon as I save, you can see now I will have cannot load 10 tons because it will be exceeding capacity of 20 tons. Why? Because my current capacity is 12, and if I try to load this 10, 10 plus 12, I will have 22. But my load capacity is only 20. So that is the reason the condition is failed and I am able to display this result in my console. Again, what I will do, I will write here truck 1 and inside this I will be passing unload, and here simply I just want to unload 15. Now if I do unload 15, by looking at this solution itself you can tell it is not possible. Why? Because 12 tons is less than 15. Now if I save this, again I will have cannot unload 15 tons because my current load is only 12 tons. This is how we are going to create constructor function, and based on the logic we are going to execute the result. Same thing you can also check for truck 2. I will copy. Below this I will be pasting here in multiple places. I'm just changing it to 2. Save it. So accordingly, I will be having the result. If you want, you can experiment with different values, but you should understand using this load method what operation we are performing, and using this unload method what operation we are performing. And based on this load capacity and current load, we are calculating total tons, and accordingly we are performing load operation and we are performing unload operation. So that's it. Successfully, we have completed our challenge 1. Just practice, take your time and understand the logic. Later on, you can use the same logic and implement different classes and try to get different result. Let us now understand second way of creating objects programmatically, that is by using ES6 classes. So first, you should understand JavaScript will not be supporting real classes, but with the release of ES6, classes were introduced in JavaScript. And ES6 classes are actually very modern way of doing OOP in JavaScript. However, you should always keep in mind JavaScript will not be supporting traditional classes which we have seen in first few lectures. So instead, they are just syntactic sugar over constructor function, which means these ES6 classes are just a layer of abstraction over our constructor function. So simply, they will be having clean and nice syntax, which will help the developers who are coming from different language. But always remember, behind the scene, ES6 classes are actually implemented using this constructor function. So they are going to work exactly like our constructor function, which we have seen in our past few lectures. Before starting with this syntax, you should always keep in mind classes are not hoisted. So this ES6 classes are syntactic sugar over constructor function. So this can be either created using function declaration or function expression. And we already know function declarations are hoisted, which means function declaration can be called before defining the function. But classes are not hoisted, which means we cannot use classes before its creation. And classes are also first class citizens, which means we can pass classes into the function as well as we can return classes from other functions. And how this is possible? Because behind the scene, classes are just special kind of function. And finally, the body of a class is always executed in strict mode, which means classes are always executed in strict mode. No matter if we have activated a strict mode or we have not activated, our entire class will be executed in strict mode. So these are the important points you should understand related to ES6 classes. Let us start with implementation of ES6 classes. Here I have opened this file ES6. How inside function we are having function declaration and we are having function expression. And for function declaration, we will be writing function and then we are going to write function name. Open this parenthesis and simply we are just going to open this block. And for function expression, we are going to write like this: my data is equal to function. And then we are just going to open this curly braces. So this is called as function declaration and this is called as function expression. Now, behind the scene, ES6 classes are special kind of function. Now, let us create ES6 classes. Now, instead of function keyword, here we are going to write class and our class name is nothing but car. You don't have to pass parenthesis. Simply, you have to pass class name. And then we are just going to open this curly braces. So, this is called as class declaration. Now, if you want to create class expression, same concept you are going to follow. I will write here const. I will be writing car. In place of function, I'm just going to write class. Then I will open this blocks. So this is the syntax of class declaration and this is the syntax of class expression. And whichever you feel comfortable, accordingly, you can choose the syntax. Now, for this example, I will be using class declaration. But you should always make a note that JavaScript will not be working like traditional classes which we are having in other programming languages like Java, C++ or PHP. So working of these classes are completely different. Behind the scene, it still follows prototypal inheritance and also prototype chain. So before moving to ES6 classes, you should first understand all the concepts which we have learned earlier. Now I will comment this. I am going to copy, comment, and this entire thing I will be commenting. Now below this, I will be starting with my class. Inside this class, first thing what we have to do, we have to add constructor method. So here I will be writing constructor and this constructor method will be working similar to constructor function. And you should always call with the name constructor. And inside constructor function, how we have passed parameters, similarly, here I will be passing color and then I will be passing model. And then I will just open this curly braces. So inside the class, first thing we have to create our constructor method. And inside that, we can pass all the properties. Now successfully, we have created the class. Now what we have to do? We have to create object for this class. I will write here const car1 is equal to how we have called constructor function. Similarly, we are going to use new operator. I will write here car. For color, I will be giving red. And for model, I will simply write here Toyota. So here, successfully, we have created the class. Once we created the class, inside that, we have to pass constructor method. Similarly, to call this car class, we simply have to use new operator. And again, this new operator will be following that first step. First, empty object will be created. Second, this keyword will be assigned to that empty object. Third, object will be linked to prototype. And finally, function is going to return this keyword. So this new operator is going to follow all the four steps. So again, here we are using new operator. So it will be using that four steps. First, it will be creating empty object. Then that empty object will be assigned to this keyword. Then our object will be linked to prototype. And finally, our function is going to return that object. So this first step, again, it is going to follow. Entire process will be same what we have learned in construct function. But syntax is different and also it is very cleaner. But here our syntax is different. Now what I want, inside the empty object which we have created using this new operator, I just want to add this properties. So here I will be writing this dot color. I will assign the value to color. Then here I will write this dot model. For this I will assign the value as model. Now below this I will log car1. So now successfully we have created the object which is having color and model properties. And accordingly whatever values I have given, that values are displayed to these properties. Now inside constructor function, how we have added the method? Inside constructor function prototype property, we have added the method. But now inside this ES6 classes, directly inside the class, we are going to add the method. Now here I will be writing display message. Open this parenthesis. Let me just write here log. Here I will display color of car is dollar this dot color. Save it. Now nothing is displayed. But now let us see what happens. I'm just going to open. I will just see this prototype. Now if you see here, inside this prototype, I am having this display message. Now here what happens, whenever we are adding method inside this car class, whenever we are creating method inside ES6 classes, whatever methods we are adding inside the class, directly those methods will be added inside the prototype. So here the advantage is directly we do not have to mess up with the prototype property. Whatever methods we have added, that will be directly added inside prototype property. So once I am having inside the prototype, whatever objects we have created, that will be linked to the prototype, and whatever properties or methods we are having inside that prototype, easily object can access that properties and methods. Now here I will write car1 dot display message. Save it. Now you can see successfully I am able to get my result. Okay, same concept regarding prototypal inheritance, prototype property, proto property, entire thing will be same. So let me prove that to you. I will write here log, and inside this I will be writing car dot prototype. Save it. Now you can see inside this prototype directly this display message is added. Now below this I will be writing car1 dot underscore underscore proto underscore underscore. Save it. Now you can see this proto is linked to this car dot prototype. So successfully I am able to access that message. So which means, let me write here log, our car1 dot proto property is equal to car dot prototype property. Copy, paste. Now both are true, so I will have the result as true. But now if you have not watched constructor function and directly if you want to start with ES6 classes, then you will not understand all this concept. Why? Because these concepts are very bit tricky to understand. So it is very important. First, you should have idea on prototypal inheritance, how constructor function will be working, what is prototype property, what is proto property, each and every concept once you understand, and if you have already watched the previous lecture, then it will be easy for you to understand this ES6 classes. So now the next question is, can we add method to the prototypes? Here what I have done, directly inside the class, I have added the method. Now what I just want to add the method inside the prototype. So is it possible in the class? The answer is yes. We can add the method inside prototype property as well. So here I will be writing car.prototype, and inside this I will add the message as drive is equal to function. I will just come here. Now I'm just going to log this message. Drive, let's drive the car which is having model. Here I will pass this dot model. Save it. Now you can see inside this car prototype, I am having drive as well as I am having display message, and our object is able to access that prototype. So for this also, I will be having same methods which are available inside my car.prototype. So again, this condition will be true. So easily our object can access this method as well. Here I will write car1 dot drive. Save it. Now successfully I am able to access the message which is displayed inside this method. But now we are using modern way of creating this function using this class keyword. So whenever we are using ES6 classes, directly we can add the method inside the class. We do not have to add the method inside this prototype property. Why? Because whenever we are adding the method, this method will be directly added inside the prototype. So here I will copy this entire thing. I will comment this out, and below this I'm just going to paste. Again I will save. You can see successfully I am able to access. So now what I will do, below this I will be writing drive, and inside this I'm just going to pass this console, and this entire thing I'm just going to comment. Now again if you see, I am having display message as well as I am having drive. The condition is true, and also our object is able to access the value which is present inside this drive. So directly these methods will be added inside the prototype. But if you notice here, we are not separating the methods using semicolon or comma. Here I will write comma. I will be having error. If I separate with semicolon, that's fine. But we should not be separating with comma. Now, if you are a beginner, you will be having question. In total, we are having three ways of creating objects programmatically. That is using constructor function, ES6 classes, and Object.create. We have already seen about constructor function, and ES6 classes are nothing but syntactic sugar over constructor function. And behind the scene, ES6 classes are also function. Then why we should learn this ES6 classes? So the first reason is, if you have learned other programming language, and the people who are coming from other programming languages, and if they are having experience with object-oriented programming, then this syntax will be very similar to them, and easily they can understand this entire structure. But let me tell you, before starting with ES6 classes, first you should understand what is constructor function, what is prototypal inheritance, what is prototype chain, so that you will not mess up with all these details and you will not be confused while working with ES6 classes. So again, the next question is, do we need to use constructor function, or we should be using ES6 classes whenever we are implementing object-oriented programming? The answer is, it depends on your personal preference. But if you start directly with classes without understanding prototypal inheritance, then that learning roadmap will be wrong. Why? Because at one point you will mess up with all the low-level details. But let me also make you clear that constructor functions are not old syntax, and also they are not removed from JavaScript. If you prefer constructor function over this ES6 classes, then you can proceed with that. You will not be having any issues, because there is always debate between people either to use constructor function or ES6 classes. Why? Because if we are using ES6 classes, it is simply going to hide true nature of a JavaScript. Directly, if we are adding the method, those methods will be added inside the prototype property. But inside constructor function, manually we have to add the method inside prototype property. So even if ES6 classes are hiding true nature of JavaScript, you can prefer these classes, but you should understand completely about constructor function and entire concept what we have learned earlier. And if you are using these classes separately, you do not have to mess up with prototype property. And also inside this class itself, we are having all the properties and also all the behavior inside this one big block. But when we are working with constructor function, directly we are just adding the method inside the prototype property and we are messing with our prototype property. For some, that might be confusing, but still it depends on your personal preference because ES6 classes are just a syntactic sugar over constructor function and they will be working exactly same as that, but difference is that ES6 classes is having different syntax and whatever methods we are adding that will be added directly inside prototype property. And to pass the properties, we are going to pass constructor method which will be working exactly same as a constructor function. So understanding how to create objects programmatically is a very important skill because once you understand, you can easily work with object-oriented programming. So now we are going to start with setters and getters. But before starting with setters and getters in OOP, let us understand what is this setter and getter inside our normal object literal. So here I have created simple object inside which I have given my first name, last name, age and also for place I have created this array and inside this I have passed these values. So this is first element inside the array, second element and then I am having third element. So when I printed this object, this is my result. And these setters or getters are common feature that are available on all the JavaScript object. So each and every object in JavaScript can have setter and getter properties. And those special properties are called as accessor properties. Here let me write accessor properties. While these normal properties are called as data properties. So our setters or getters are called as accessor properties and these normal properties are called as data properties. So now what are these setters and getters? So those are basically a function that get and set the values. But on the outside, they will still behave as regular properties. They are not method. Instead, they will be treated as regular properties. So first, let us start with the getter. Now here, I will separate by comma. Simply, I am just going to write the method. I will write first lift in. So this is simple method inside object. But here, inside this method, we are just going to prevent with this keyword get. So using this getter, what we can do, we can get the value from the object. So using this getter, we can get the value and using setter, we can set the value. Now inside this, what I want to return, I just want to return this first element inside the array. You can do in different ways, but here I will write return. Inside this, I will be writing this dot place. I'm just going to access my array and here if I give 0, save it. Now here I just want to access Bengaluru, so I will be giving index 0. Using this I have accessed my array and from this function I'm just going to return first element inside the array. So how we have created? We have created similar to method inside object. For methods, how we are going to access? Simply we are going to write object name, then method and then we will be passing this parenthesis. But here getter and setters are Accessor properties. Those are not methods. Instead, they are properties. So when I want to access this, what I have to do? I have to write my object name dot property name. Property name is nothing but first lived in. Save. Now I do not have to pass parenthesis. If I do save it, I will be having person dot first lived in is not a function. Why? Because getters and setters are properties. So how we are going to access properties? In similar way, I have to access this getter. Now if I save, nothing is displayed. Let me just log inside console. I will copy this entire thing and inside console, I'm just going to paste. Now you can see successfully I am able to access Bengaluru. So now the question is, if it is similar to property, then why we have to create as a method and we have to access this property? The answer is, this can be very useful when we want to read something as a property, but still we need to perform some operation. So in that case, using getter will be the best choice. So instead of writing, you can also write the advanced logic using our array slice method. Let me comment. Below this, I will be writing return. I will just access my array. Now what I will do, I will be using this slice method. And from this, I just want to access first element from the array. Once I access using pop method, I just want to remove that element. Again, if I save, I will be having same result, that is Bengaluru. So this is how our getter will be working. And whenever we want to access this getter, we simply have to access as a property. We cannot access in this way. This is for normal methods which are created in object. But this is our getter method. So we have to access as property. And whenever we are creating this method, in starting, we have to use this get keyword. Now let us see about setter keyword. By the name itself, you can understand this method is used to set the values. So here I will write set. I will be passing same thing, copy, and inside this setter function, at least one argument should be passed. Here I will be writing place. Now what I want to do, at the end of this array, I just want to push one more element. But before that, if you see here, we are having error, that is, it is expecting this comma. But previously, we have seen when we added method inside our ES6 classes, we were not separating methods with comma. Instead, we use semicolon. But here, we have to write comma. Now here, I will write return. Again, what I will do, I will access my array, this dot place. Now inside this, I just want to push one element and that element is nothing but my place. Copy and here I will be pasting. So what we have done, we have created simple method, but this is nothing but this is our setter function. So those are called as accessor properties. If this was not setter function, we would have accessed in this way. This is our object and then our setter function, and inside this we would have passed our value. If I save, again I will be having first lived in is not a function. Again, we should treat this as properties. So here I will write person dot first lived in is equal to, here I have to pass the value. So now below this, simply I'm just going to log my place array. Save it. Now you can see inside this place Chennai is also added. So what I have done, using this setter function, I have pushed one element inside the array. And using this getter function, I am able to get the values which are already present inside my object. And using this setter function, I am able to set the values. And like normal properties, we have to access our getter. And to set the values, like normal properties, we are going to set the values in our setter function. And do not forget, whenever we are using setter function, at least one argument should be passed inside our setter function. So this is how getters and setters will be working in normal regular object in JavaScript. Again, this is very helpful when we want to read something as a property, but still we need to perform some calculation And again, if we want to display the property, but for that, if we want to assign some value, then in that case, this getters and setters will be very helpful. This is how getters and setters will be working in Object Literal. Next lecture, we are going to see how to apply this getters and setters in object-oriented programming. Let us now start seeing our setter and getter function inside our ES6 classes. So here I have created person class. Now I have used function declaration. Inside this, I have passed my constructor function, which is having first name, last name and age as its parameter, and accordingly inside this object I am passing all these properties. Now what we will do, we are going to use setter and getter inside this person class. And in our last lecture, we have already seen what is setter and what is getter. Using getter, we can get the values, and using setter, we can set the values. So now here, I will be writing one method, message. I will open this parenthesis, and before this, we simply have to write the keyword get. So as soon as we write get, this becomes getter function. Inside this, I will simply write one log. Inside this, I will display this message. This is 7 plus 9. Simply, I am just going to calculate this. And here I will write and age is this dot age. So whenever I want to access this method, what I just want to display this message. But we have already seen this getter and setter are called as accessor properties. And we have already seen whenever we want to access getter and setter methods, we should be accessing as property. So now for this person class, I will be creating one object. I will give the object name as Khanam. Here I will be writing new. Inside this, I will be passing my class name. So first I have to pass first name. I will be writing my first name. Then I have to write second name. I will write, and finally I have to pass age. Simply I have created this Khanam object from this person class. Below this I will log Khanam. Save it. Now you can see in my console this object is created which is having first name, last name and age property, and accordingly these values are passed. But if you notice here, this message whatever we have created, that is not present in our object. But if we open this, it will be present inside prototype of this object. But here if we open this, now you can see inside this proto property we are going to have this message. And here when I just invoke this property getter, initially I am having undefined. Here I will just open initially I am having undefined. But here if you see, here the result is calculated and accordingly whatever values I am having, that is displayed. Again let me refresh. I will open this. Now I am just going to invoke this. As soon as I click on this message will be called. I will be having the result. Similarly, as soon as I invoke this, I will be having this result. Now if I just want to access this message inside this object, then what I have to do? Simply I have to write Khanam.message. I should not be passing this parenthesis. Instead, I should be calling it as property. Now if you see here, successfully I am able to get this value. So using this getter function, what we can do? We can get the values. And we already know whatever methods we are adding inside ES6 classes, that will be added inside person.prototype property. Inside these classes, whenever we are using getters and setters, mostly we will be doing validation. But in some cases, you do not need getters and setters as well. But still, I want to show you how these getters and setters will be working. So first, it is used to get the value. And second, using setter, we can set the values. But now, let us try some validation. I will comment this entire thing. Save it, and from here, I will remove this message. Now what I will do, below this, I will be writing get. Now inside this, what I want to access, I just want to access full name. How I can access full name? By returning first name and last name. So here I will write return, and inside this template literal I'm just going to pass this dot first name, this dot first name, and after that I will be giving one space, and here I will write this dot last name. Save it. Now what I will do, below this I will log, I will give my object, then simply I have to access as a property. So here I will be writing full name, Khanam dot full name. Save it. Let me just remove this G from here. Save. Now using this getter function, I am able to access full name. You can see full name is nothing but Kaisar Khanam. That is what I have returned from this getter function. Now let us write a setter function and check whatever name we have given, whether it is a full name or not. So here I will write set. Again I will be using full name, and inside this setter function at least one argument has to be passed. Here I will be writing name. Now what I will do, inside this array I will be passing const. Here I will write first name comma last name is equal to whatever name we are passing. Here I will be writing that, and I just want to split this name by space. So whatever name I will be passing, I am just splitting by space, and accordingly first index will be passed to first name and last index will be passed to last name. Why? Because this is going to return me array, and simply I am just going to restructure the value and I am storing inside this variables. Now my first name and last name will be stored inside this variable. So here I will write this dot first name is equal to first name. I'm just accessing this first name and last name. Then here I will write this dot last name will be equal to this last name. Okay, simple enough. Why I am using this? I am just using this to perform some validation. So whatever name I have given, I am just splitting by space, and there I will be having index 0 and index 1. Let me just show you. I will comment this out. Below this I will write here log, and inside this I'm just going to pass this name split. Let me comment, and from here I will be removing this semicolon. Now what I will do, I will be using Khanam dot full name. Now I have to set the value. So here I will write Sanya Sharma. Save it. Now you can see using this what I got array. Inside this 0th index I am having Sanya. Inside this first index I am having Sharma. So what I will do, I am just going to destructure, and this Sanya I will be storing inside this first name, and this Sharma I am just going to store inside this last name. I will uncomment, and also I am just going to uncomment. I will remove this log. So using this setter function, what I have done, I have just set first name and last name. Now here I will be writing log, and inside this I will be writing Khanam dot full name. Save it. Now you can see successfully whatever name I have set using this setter function, I am able to access and I am able to display that name. Inside this constructor function, we are already having this, but later on using this setter function, for these properties, we are just setting with this new value. And when we displayed the full name, we got the result as Sanya Sharma. Let us now see second example to understand this concept in more better way. I will comment this. Below this, I will write example 2. And here, I am just going to write class. I will give the class name as student. Inside this, I will be passing constructor. Then here, I will be passing full name, and also I am just going to pass age. Now what I have to do? I have to set these properties inside my object. Full name is equal to full name. Then finally, this dot age is equal to age. So I have created student class. Inside that, and inside constructor function, I have passed these values. Now what I will do? Now using setter function, I am just going to check the name which I have passed, whether it is full name or not. So let us write the condition. So here I will write setter function. Inside this I will be passing full name, and here I will be passing the parameter as my name. Now what I will do here, I will just check if my name dot includes. So using this includes method, I am just checking whatever name I have passed, if that is including space. If yes, then what I will do, simply I am just going to return this full name. So here I will write this dot full name will be equal to the name which I have set using our setter function. Else, if this is false, what I will do, simply I will just alert, and inside this I will be writing my name is not a full name. Okay, that's it. Using this setter function, I am performing some validation and I am checking whatever name I have set, if that is having space. If that is having space, that means that is my full name. If that is not having any space, that means it is not a full name. So now here below this, I will be creating object student1 is equal to new student, and inside this, as of now, I am only going to pass Khanam. Then I will be passing age. You can see for full name I have passed Khanam, and for age I have given 25. Now here I will log this. I will be writing student1. Now as soon as I save, you can see I got this alert. Khanam is not a full name. Okay, that is fine. And also, if you closely notice here, inside this object only age is displayed. This entire full name is not displayed. Why? Because using this we have displayed the alert and we have not set this full name. Now here I will be giving, let me just copy, comment. Below this I will be pasting. Here I will write hi sir. Now as soon as I save, I am just going to get this range error, that is maximum call stack size is exceeded. Why I am getting this error? Because now successfully here I am having space whenever I am passing this name, and also successfully I am able to get the age. But here I will be passing this name. So inside this setter function, what happens? It is going to check if it is containing the space or not. If it is containing, then this dot full name will be given the value which we have set. But here what happens, inside this constructor function also we are having the same property, and inside this setter function also we are having the same property. So here also we are setting the same property, and here also we are setting the same property. So that is the reason we are having this weird result. So instead what we can do here, as a convention, while setting this full name we can simply pass underscore. Now as soon as I save, you can see successfully I am able to get full name, that is Kaiser Khanam, and age is 25. But now inside this I cannot access this full name property. Why? Because using this setter function I have given underscore full name. Let me just show you. I will write here student dot full name. Save it. I will be having undefined. But if I do student underscore full name, I will be having the result as Kaiser Khanam. Right now, our full name property does not exist. So what we can do? We can use getter function. So above this, here I will be writing get. Let me come down, get. And inside this, I will be passing the function name as full name. Then here, what I have to do? I simply have to return this dot underscore full name. Now I will save it. Now you can see successfully for this full name also I am able to access the value, and for this underscore full name also I am able to access the value. Why? Because inside this getter function I have returned this full name. In our actual property we are still going to have underscore full name. Why? Because we have set that using our setter function. And inside this I will be writing student1. Save it. I will open. You can see now I am having full name as well as I am having underscore full name. As soon as I invoke this, you can see inside this also I will be having the result as Kaiser Khanum. So might be this is confusing, but you do not have to worry. Most of the time we are not going to use getter and setter function, but still it is important to understand whenever you want to get some values or if you want to set some values, you have to use this getters and setters. But mostly we are going to use for this kind of validation. And here what I am doing inside this constructor function, I am setting this full name and age to the values which I have provided. And inside this setter function, what I am doing, I am just checking if my name is having space. If it is having space, then that will be assigned to this property. If I do not give this, then what happens? I will be getting that range error. If it is not having space, then I will be having error. But now what happens? This property and this property will be same. So that is the reason. So as a convention, we are just going to pass this underscore. And to get the proper result, we are simply using getter function and we are just returning this full name. So that is the reason using this full name also we are able to access the value, and using this underscore full name also we are able to access the value. Let me show you one more example. Here I will write get age, and inside this I will write return. Here I will be writing this underscore age. Same thing I will copy. Below this I will be pasting. Here I will write set age. And inside this I will be passing the parameter as num. So what I will do, if my num is greater or equal to 20, then what I will do, simply I'm just going to do this dot age is equal to num. Save it. So again what I am doing inside the setter function, I am trying to set the property which is already present in my constructor function. So again as a convention we have to pass underscore, save it. Now we are not having any error. Same thing I will copy, paste it here. Here I will be writing age. Save it. I am able to access. Now here I will write underscore age. So successfully for both I will be able to access the values. Why? Because using setter function, after setting these values inside getter function, we are just getting the value. So that is the reason we are able to access 25 using this age property which is present inside our constructor function, and using this underscore age which is getting returned from this setter function. So this is the simple example to understand how these getters and setters will be working in classes. Just practice this. At this point, even if you are not comfortable with getters and setters, you can easily skip or you can continue with the next lectures, because most of the time we won't be using getters and setters. Let us now understand what are static methods. Before starting with our code, let me show you some examples of static method. Inside this array, maybe you would have noticed whenever we are working with some method, directly those methods will be attached to array constructor function. So here we have array.of, array.from, array.isArray. So these methods are directly attached to the constructor function. But apart from this, we are having some methods which are given inside prototype property of array constructor function. If I open, you can see array.prototype.map, array.prototype.join, array.prototype.push. So that is the reason whenever we are creating array, we can inherit all the methods because these methods are available on array.prototype. But here these are the static methods which are directly attached on constructor function. So whatever array we are creating, that array cannot access these static methods because they are not available on the prototype. Instead, they are available on the constructor function itself. First, let us see some examples of this array.from. Here I will write const. Inside this I will be writing my name is equal to Khanam. Now here I will be writing log. Directly I have to write my constructor function inside this I will be passing from, and then here I will be writing my name, save it, come here, you can see successfully I am able to get the result. So what this from method will be doing, it is going to convert any array like structure to real array. You can see I have passed the string. So whatever data I have passed, that has converted to array. And if you notice here, this from method is directly attached to this array constructor function. Now here I will be creating one array, number is equal to, inside this simply I'm just going to pass 1, 2, 3. Now on this number, if I try to attach this from, I will write array dot from. Inside this, I'm just going to pass any value. Save it. Now, as soon as I save, you can see I will be having this result. From is not a function. Why? Because on this array, we cannot inherit this method. Because this method is not available on array prototype. Instead, it is directly available on constructor function. Similarly, we are having isArray to check whether the number given is array or not, as well as we are having array of, using which we can create a new instance of array. So all these methods are directly attached on array constructor. In similar way, when we talk about object, inside that we have object.keys. So this key is nothing but static method which is directly available on constructor function. For numbers, we are having pass float. So we are having multiple static methods which are directly attached on constructor function. So till now, we have seen constructor function as well as ES6 classes. So in both cases, now we are going to see how to create static method. Here I will write const. First, I will be creating constructor function. I will be using this function expression. Inside this, I will be passing model and capacity. And later on, these properties we are going to set to our object. Model will be equal to model. Then this dot capacity will be equal to capacity. Now, inside this constructor function, if I want to add any method, simply we did in this way, aeroplane dot prototype dot takeoff is equal to nothing but function, and inside this I will simply display hello. Now whatever objects I will be creating for this constructor function, they can easily access this takeoff method. So here I will write Boeing is equal to new keyword. I will be writing aeroplane, and inside that I will be passing Boeing as well as capacity. I will be giving 678. Below this, I will write here log, and inside this, I'm just going to pass Boeing. Now successfully, you can see I'm having capacity and model, but inside this prototype, takeoff is also present. Why I am able to access takeoff? Because this takeoff is added directly inside prototype property of constructor function. Now what I just want to create static method which will only be accessible for this constructor function. So how we will do? We will write aeroplane dot. We are not going to add any property. Instead, directly we are going to attach the method. So here I will write display message is equal to function, and inside this I will be writing log. Simply I will be writing by. Save it. Open this object. Inside this prototype, you can see inside this prototype, display message method is not available. Why? Because now this display message is not available inside our prototype property. Instead, it is available only on this constructor function. How we can prove that? I will write here log. I will be writing Boeing, Boeing.takeoff. Successfully, I will be able to access that. I got hello. But same thing, before that, let me remove this log. Directly, we are displaying log inside this. Now I am having hello. But same thing, if I try to access this display message, now here I will be having display message is not a function. Why? Because this object is not having access to this display message. Instead, what I can do, I can write aeroplane.display message. Now save it, I will be having the result. So this is the basic difference between static method, and these methods can be accessed by all the instances which are created from this constructor function. So these are called as instance method, these are called as static methods, and these are called as instance properties. Let me write here, these are called as instance properties. Why these are called as instance properties and methods? Because they can be accessed by all the objects which are created from this constructor function. And the methods which are directly attached to our constructor function, those are called as static methods. Okay, this is the difference between instance method and static methods. Now let us see our ES6 classes. I will be writing ES6. Let me just comment this entire thing. Now same aeroplane constructor function I am just going to convert into ES6 class. Here I will write class aeroplane, open this curly braces. Inside this we have to pass constructor. Then I will be writing model. Then here I will be writing capacity. Then what I have to do? I just have to assign these properties to my object. So here I will write model, which will be equal to model. Then here this dot capacity, which will be equal to model. And here whenever we want to add the method directly inside this class itself, we can add the method. So now here I will be writing takeoff, and inside this I will log, and here I will write hello class. And from here I will copy the same object, and here I will be pasting. Save it. Now successfully I am able to access model as well as I am able to access this capacity. And if I open this, takeoff method will be available on this aeroplane prototype. So that is the reason this object will be able to access this takeoff. But what I just want to create static method inside this ES6 class. So the syntax will be different. We are not going to do in this way. Instead, whenever we are creating method, before that method, we are just going to add this keyword static. Here, after that, we are going to write display message. Inside this, I will write here hello. Let me just write here bye. Save it, open. Now inside this prototype, I will only have access to this takeoff. Now if I try to do Boeing.takeoff, I will be having the result. But if I try to do Boeing.display message, then I will be having this same error, that display message is not a function. Why? Because now this display message is available directly on our aeroplane class. But here if I do aeroplane.display message, save it. Before that, let me comment. You can see successfully I will be having the result. So this is how we are going to create static method inside constructor function, and this is how we are going to create static method inside ES6 classes. Let us see a challenge 2. So in this challenge, what you have to do, in challenge 1, we have created constructor function. So here you have to recreate that constructor function into ES6 class. And after that, inside this, you have to define setter and function. And these are the conditions which are given. And then we have to experiment with our setter and getter function. So here, you can pause the video and continue with the solution. Successfully, if you have completed, then you can easily skip the video. But if you're having any doubt related to getter and setter, and also if you want to practice how this ES6 classes will be working, then you can continue with this solution. Okay, welcome back. Let us start with a solution. Here I will be writing comment. I will write solution. First step, what we have to do, we have to recreate this truck functionality using ES6 classes. and we have to get solution from challenge 1. So I'll come to challenge 1, and from here I'm just going to copy this entire function. Let me just copy only the function, copy, and inside this I will be pasting. Now what I have to do, this entire constructor function I have to convert using ES6 class. So inside that, instead of this function, I will be writing class. I will remove this entire thing, and also we do not need any parenthesis. Inside this class, first we are going to pass our constructor method. Inside that, we are going to pass all the parameters. Then I will open curly braces, and here I will be closing curly braces. That's it. This is how we are going to define all the properties inside ES6 classes. Now here, whenever we are working with classes, directly we do not have to add the method inside this prototype property. Instead, we can add the method directly inside the class. So this entire load I will copy, cut it from here, remove this entire thing, and here I will be pasting. Now I will be removing this function. Instead, I will only pass method name. Similarly, I will come down, copy this unload, cut it from here, remove this entire thing. Inside this class, paste, and from here, remove this function keyword. That's it. Successfully, we have converted our constructor function to ES6 class. So here and there, you have to make some changes. And accordingly, whatever values we have given, we have got the same result what we got in our challenge 1. Now, let us come to second question. Now in this, what we have to do? We have to define getter and setter for our current load property in the truck class. Here, getter should be returning the value underscore current load. Why? Because inside this, we are already having the property with the same name. So that is the reason whenever we are using setter, we are updating the value of current load. So that is the reason we have added this underscore convention. So here inside this getter function, we are simply returning this current load. So now let us start working with our setter function. Below this constructor, I will be writing set. I will give the function name as current load. Inside this setter function, we have to pass at least one parameter. Now here I will be checking for the condition if my value is greater or equal to 0 and if my value is less than or equal to this dot load capacity. So the value which are giving is for the current load. If that value is greater or equal to 0 and if the value is less than or equal to load capacity, then what I have to do? I will write here this dot underscore current load. We have to write underscore. Why? Because we are having the same property inside our constructor function. And this current load value we are setting to this value. Else what we will do? Here I will simply write here log. Inside this I will give invalid load. Here I will write the string must be between 0 and here I will write this dot load capacity. So whatever current load we are giving, that should be between 0 and less than or equal to load capacity. If it is below 0 and if it is existing below 0, if it is below 0 or if it is greater than load capacity, then I should be having this log displayed. If not, I am just setting this value to my current load. But now let me show you what happens. I will just come down. Below this, I will be creating one more object. Let me copy this. Copy. Here I will be pasting truck tree, and inside this simply I'm just going to give this. Now this is nothing but load capacity. Let us check. Here we are having load capacity that is 25, and if I give current load greater than this load capacity, let us see what happens. I will log this truck tree. Save it. Now you can see here we are only having this make and we are having this load capacity, and here I am having invalid load must be between 0 and 25. Why? Because now this current capacity is greater than load capacity. So that is the reason I am having this message displayed. But if everything is fine, then accordingly, whatever values we have given using this load and unload, we will be having the result. But now we have to use our getter function. I will write get current load, and this function, what it has to do? It has to return this dot underscore current load. So now here we are having this invalid load must be between 0 and 25. And inside this object, I am only having make and load capacity. Why? Because now this current load is not set. So that is the reason. Now inside my object, I am only having this make and load capacity. But here, let me copy, comment. Below this, I will be pasting. Now I am just going to decrease the value. Now this current load is greater or equal to 0, and also it is less than load capacity. Here I will give 4. Here also I will be giving 4. Now as soon as I save, you can see now inside this object I am having underscore current load, and successfully I am able to get the value. So now easily I can access, let me just write here dot current load, as well as I can access using dot underscore current load. So for both I will be getting the result. Why? Because using this getter function I am just returning this value, and using this setter function I am just setting this value, and inside my object I am having this property. So that is the reason I will be able to access this property, as well as I will be able to access the property, and I will be having the correct result. If our current load is less than this load capacity, or if the current load is less than 0, then I will be having this error message displayed. So to understand this challenge, first you should have worked with constructor function. Only then you will be able to understand this challenge. So just start practicing by yourself. Take multiple example. Start writing the code both in constructor function and ES6 classes. Accordingly, based on your personal preference, you can choose any one of the way of creating object in JavaScript. Let us now see last way of implementing prototypal inheritance. And first, we are going to write example to understand what is Object.create function. Later on, we are going to see behind the scene how this function will be working. Here, I have opened my editor as well as I have opened my browser. Now I will just inspect. Now I am inside console. So till now, we have seen ES6 classes and constructor function, but now we are going to see third way of implementing prototypal inheritance. You can also call it as delegation. And we already know constructor functions are similar to regular classes, but the only difference is when the function is called, we will be using new keyword. And ES6 classes are just syntactic sugar over constructor function. And ES6 classes are also called using new keyword. But this third way of implementing prototypal inheritance using object.create will be working in different way. First, let us start with the examples, then you will understand how this object.create function will be working. So first, in constructor function, what we did, whenever we wanted to add some properties or methods, then directly we added on prototype property. So let us see how we added. Here I will be writing const. Inside this, I will give the function name as aeroplane. Here I will write function. Inside this, I will be passing two parameters, model and capacity. And here, now what I will do, I just want to set these properties to my object. So this dot model is equal to model. Then this dot capacity is equal to capacity. Okay, successfully we have created the constructor in this way. Now what I want, inside this constructor, I just want to add takeoff method. So what we did in this function, we accessed our prototype object, and inside that prototype object, we added our method. Now this method will be accessible for all the instances which are created using this aeroplane function. So here I will write function, and inside this I will write here log I am ready to take off. Here I will be writing -1. So this is how whenever we wanted to add this method inside constructor function, we directly added on prototype property. In ES6 classes, what we did, here I will write ES6 classes. Same thing, I'm just going to write class. I will write aeroplane class. And inside this, first we have to pass constructor function. Now here I will be passing model and capacity. Inside this, I'm just going to set these two properties. Same constructor function we have converted to ES6 class. Now if I wanted to add any method inside this class, directly inside the class itself, we are going to add the method. We will not be adding any method on prototype object. Instead, what we did, here I will just come down. I will just copy this entire method, entire takeoff, and below this I'm going to paste. I will be closing this. So this is how whenever we wanted to add any method inside constructor function, we added on prototype property. And in ES6 classes, directly inside the class, we have added the method. So now here, what happens? Whatever object we are going to create using this aeroplane, that object will be linked to this prototype. So that is the reason whatever objects we create, they will be able to access these methods which are available on constructor function and aeroplane class. But now let us see how this object.create will be working. Below this, I will write one comment. Here I will write object-create. Let me just write same syntax, object.create. So using object.create, what we do, manually we are going to set prototype of an object to another object that we want. Okay, directly we are not going to set the prototype in this way. For whatever object we want to set the prototype, manually we can set the prototype of any object to another object. Okay, let us start implementing. What I will do, I can set prototype of any object to any other object. So first I am going to create object. I will be writing normal object literal, but here I will be writing in capital case. Here I will write aeroplane proto is equal to, this is my normal object literal. Inside this, I am going to pass my takeoff method. Okay, how we will pass in normal object literal? Similar to that, I'm just going to copy my takeoff method. Here also, if you don't give this function, then also it will be working. And inside that, simply I'm just going to log this message. So what I have done, to see how this object.create will be working, I have created normal object. Inside that, I have passed this method. Now what I just want to create another object. For that object, I want to link this aeroplane proto as its prototype. So here I will be writing Boeing is equal to, you have to follow the same syntax. Then we are going to write object.create, and inside this we are going to pass the object for which we want its prototype to be linked to this Boeing object. So what object I want to link? I just want to link this aeroplane proto. I will paste. Below this, I'm just going to log Boeing. Save it. Now you can see it has given me empty object. But when I open inside this prototype, I'm having this takeoff method which we have defined inside this aeroplane proto object. And using this object.create, I have just set prototype of aeroplane proto to my Boeing object. So manually, I have set this prototype. But here inside this ES classes, directly we have added the method, and whatever objects are created, that will be linked to the prototype. and accordingly they will be able to access the takeoff method. Similarly, inside constructor function also, whatever objects we are creating, they will be able to access all the methods and properties which are present inside the prototype. Now this Boeing object will be having access to all the methods and properties which are present inside the prototype. So here I can easily access this takeoff method. Save it. Let me just remove. Save it. Now you can see successfully I am able to access this takeoff method. Here I will write 3 and here I will be writing 2. Save. So whatever method we have defined inside this object literal, successfully we are able to access that method. But now inside this object we do not have any properties and methods. So what we can do manually for object, how we will be passing properties, you can easily add the properties. But in next lecture, I will be showing you programmatically how to add properties to this object. But as of now, let me write my object dot model. Here I will write Boeing 456 and also I will be writing Boeing dot capacity is equal to 567. Save it. Below this, I'm just going to lock. Save. Now you can see. Now inside this Boeing object, I am having model, I am having capacity, and inside that prototype, I am having this takeoff method for which we have linked. Manually, we have linked, but in constructor function and ES6 classes, it will be happened in the background. But here, manually, we are telling for this Boeing object, I just want to access prototype of aeroplane proto. If you closely notice here, successfully we have implemented prototypal inheritance using Object.create. But it will be working in complete different way, and in ES6 classes and in constructor function we are going to write in this way. But using Object.create, manually we are going to set prototype of any object to another object. If I want to create any other object, same thing I can create, and inside that I should be passing aeroplane proto. Not only this, you can pass as many methods you want. Accordingly, this object will be able to access all the methods which are available inside aeroplane proto. Why? Because now this is the prototype of our Boeing object. So that is the reason we are able to access this takeoff method, and successfully we have implemented prototypal inheritance. Let us now understand working of Object.create function. So first, this is our constructor function. Whenever we wanted to add any method inside the constructor function, we added inside prototype property which is available on all the JavaScript function. And this prototype is nothing but an object. Inside that we have added the method. So whatever object we are going to create using this new operator, the prototype of the object will be linked to this prototype property of constructor function. And this is how our constructor function will be working. But using Object.create, manually we are going to set prototype of object to any other object. So inside this constructor function, as soon as this object is created, this prototype linking will be happening automatically. Manually, we do not have to set anything, but inside Object.create, this linking will not be happening automatically. Manually, we are going to set prototype of any object to any other object. So here, this is how we are going to create simple object. Inside that, we have passed this method. Now here, I have created Boeing object, and using this Object.create, I am just setting aeroplane prototype to this Boeing object. So now you can see what this Object.create will be doing. It is going to create a new object, and the prototype of that object will be linked to the prototype that we have passed in. So here, this is my object. For this object prototype, we are just linking prototype of this object that we are passing inside this Object.create. So manually, we are going to do this linking. And this is our object. Inside that, we have passed model and capacity. Now what we did, using this object.create, manually we are setting prototype of this object, that is nothing but aeroplane proto. So for this object, we are just setting the prototype as aeroplane proto. So here, now our object's proto property will be linked to the prototype of aeroplane proto. Why? Because using object.create, we are telling aeroplane proto will be linked to this object. This is how this object.create function will be working. Using this object.create, we are going to create a new object, and the prototype of that object will be the object that we have passed in. So this object will be treated as prototype for this Boeing object. Using this, still we are following prototypal inheritance, and also this is how prototype chain will be working inside object.create. So this will be exactly working similar to constructor function or classes. Why? Because again it is following prototypal inheritance, and also prototype chain will be working fine. But this is the syntax of object.create. But the big difference is, whenever we are using object.create, we are not using this prototype property, and we are not setting the methods inside this prototype property. Manually, we are going to set the prototype inside object.create. So in object.create, we do not have any prototype. We don't have to call the function using new keyword, and also we don't have to follow the same syntax as constructor function. But still, using object.create, successfully we have implemented prototypal inheritance. And this object.create is important in order to implement inheritance between classes. So once you understand inheritance, then you will be taking this object-oriented programming concept to a new level. So in that case, this object.create function will be very helpful. So whatever concept we have learned in this PPT, let us practically implement all those concepts and understand object.create in more better way. So here, this is what we created, aeroplane proto object. Inside that, we are passing this takeoff method. And I have created Boeing object, and using object.create, I am just setting aeroplane proto as the prototype of Boeing object. But here, in normal way, I have passed this model and capacity property to my Boeing object. But as this object.create will follow prototypal inheritance, so that is the reason I am able to access this takeoff method, and I am having all the result. Now what I will do, below this I will be writing log. Inside this I will be writing Boeing dot underscore underscore proto. Then again underscore underscore, save it. Now you can see I am having the takeoff method inside this proto property of my object, which is equal to my aeroplane proto. Here I will be writing aeroplane proto. Save it. You can see again I am having the same result. So this Boeing proto will be linked to the prototype of object. So this Boeing proto will be linked to this aeroplane proto, and how it has linked, using this object.create, manually we are setting prototype of aeroplane proto to Boeing object. So I can easily compare, is equal to Boeing proto is equal to aeroplane proto. Yes, it is, because it has given the same result. So now if I compare this, I will be having the result as true. You can see I got the result as true. Now in similar way, I can create another object, but for that object, instead of manually adding the properties here, we are going to create another method inside aeroplane proto. Here I will write Airbus is equal to, again for this object, I will be using object.create. Inside this, simply I'm just going to pass my aeroplane proto. So for this Airbus, I'm just linking this aeroplane prototype. So for this object, using object.create, I'm just linking prototype of aeroplane proto to this object. Now here below this, if I log this Airbus, save it, Again, I am having empty object, but if I open inside this prototype, successfully I am able to access this takeoff method. Now what I will do for creating any properties inside this, simply here I will be writing init function, and this will be similar to constructor function which we have used in ES6 classes. But the difference is whenever we are using constructor function, the name constructor should be exactly the same. But here for this init, you can give any name. And these methods we have to separate by comma. Now here I will be giving model, and then here I will be giving capacity. So using this method, programmatically we are going to add properties inside our object. And this is very similar to constructor function. Now here I will be writing this dot model is equal to model. Then this dot capacity will be equal to capacity. Now inside this Airbus, I will open prototype. I am able to access this init function as well as I am able to access this takeoff function. And if you see here, this is very similar to constructor function which we have created in ES6 class. But it has nothing to do with constructor function, because for this we are not going to use new operator to call this function. Simply what I will do, I will be accessing my object, and inside this object I'm just going to access this init method, and here I can pass model. Here I will write Airbus 786, then I'm just going to pass the capacity, save it, open this object. Now you can see I'm having capacity as well as I'm having model. Now I'm just going to bring this down. So now inside this Airbus, I'm having model, I'm having capacity, and inside its prototype, I'm having init function as well as I'm having this takeoff function. So successfully, this Airbus object is able to access init function as well as it will be able to access this takeoff function. Why? Because these two methods are available inside the prototype. So once we are having any methods present inside the prototype, whatever objects are linked to that prototype, they can easily access those methods and properties. So now here, if I just do Airbus dot takeoff, successfully I will be having the result. So whatever value I have given inside this, I will be able to access. Now for this Boeing also, I do not have to write in this way. Instead, I will be writing Boeing.init, and here I will be passing Boeing 567, and after that I will be giving some capacity. So again you can see successfully I am able to get the result. So instead of manually adding the properties like how we did in object literal, you don't have to follow in object.create. Instead, you can create separate method, and that method will be accessed by the objects which are linked to this prototype. And one thing you should remember, this init function is very similar to constructor function, but it has nothing to do with constructor function. Why? Because using object.create, we are not creating object using new keyword. This is the difference you should understand. Why? Because when we start with our inheritance concept, then we are going to use this object.create function concept. So basically, we are going to understand how to delegate behavior to their prototype. Until now, we have already understood what is prototypal inheritance, what is prototype chain, and also we have seen three ways of implementing objects programmatically. That is using constructor function, ES6 classes, and object.create. Now first, let us understand this concept using one example. And here I am having one constructor function, and inside constructor function I will be having prototype property. So I can easily create the object and I can link to this prototype. Now you should be aware of this concept. Now you may wonder why we are using class when we are using constructor function, because if we use classes and if we understand the example, then you will be having great mental model to understand this complete concept. But remember, real classes does not exist in JavaScript, and whatever classes we will be creating using ES6 classes, it is just syntactic sugar over constructor function. So ES6 classes will also be working similar to constructor function. But always remember, real classes does not exist in JavaScript. So now successfully we have created class 1, and after that we have created class 2. And inside that also we are having constructor function, and here we are having prototype property, which is nothing but an object. Now what we want, this class 1, we just want to link to this class 2. And how this is possible? This is possible by using the concept of inheritance. So we can easily inherit the properties and methods which are available inside the parent class to the child class. So now here in this example, I just want to inherit my class 1 from class 2. So I will be creating my class 1 as manager and class 2 as employee. So now what will be the parent and what will be the child? This class 1 is inheriting from class 2. So our employee will be the parent class and our manager will be the child class. Still, if you are having doubt how to give this parent class and child class, so to be more precise, in company, everybody is working and each and every person is an employee, and they are having different position in that company. They can be manager, they can be software engineer, they can be data analyst. So each and everybody will be having different position, and at the end they all are employees. So here our manager is also specialized version of an employee. He is also an employee. So whatever properties and methods we will have inside this employee class, we can easily access inside this manager class. So how we are going to access? By using the concept of inheritance. Now here inside this employee class, I am having this properties name, employee ID and department, and I am having this methods get salary and work. And these properties and methods will be common for all different kind of employees. Now inside this manager class, which is nothing but a child class, we are having name, employee ID, department, team size and office location as its properties. Then we are having methods, get salary, work, manage team and approve leave. But if you closely notice here, these properties and these methods are already available inside parent class. You can see we are having same properties and we are having same methods. Now again, if I am creating the class, if the information is already available, I do not have to repeat again. Simply what we can do, we can just inherit parent class. So in this case, what we can do, we can simply inherit parent class. So after inheriting, our manager child class will be having team size, office location, its own properties, and after that, whatever properties we are having from parent class, it is just going to inherit. Similarly, for method also, it will be having its own methods, but also it will be inheriting all the methods from parent class. And it doesn't mean if the child class is inheriting from parent class, child class cannot override. We have already seen if we are having the same method which are inherited from parent class, that can be overridden easily by using the concept of polymorphism. Now, programmatically, we are going to understand entire inheritance concept, and again, we can implement inheritance by using these three ways: by using constructor function, by using ES6 classes, and by using Object.create. So, for implementing objects, we have used these three ways and successfully we have created the object. Now, the process of creating objects will be same. Now, in this same concept, we will add extra thing and we will see how to inherit from classes, how to inherit constructor function, and also how to use this Object.create method. One by one, we will understand all the concept, and I will be going very slow because inheritance is one of the most important concept in OOP. So now let us start inheritance between classes using constructor function. And in this, we are having lot of things to understand. So I have divided this lecture into different parts. Let us now start with understanding inheritance between classes using our constructor function. And we are having lot of things to understand. So this entire lecture I have divided into different parts, and this will be our part 1 lecture. Whatever example we have seen in our PPT, same example we are going to consider, and we will start with our code. So first I will write the comment. I will be going very slow. This is our parent class, and I'm just going to create my employee class. I am mentioning class only to understand complete inheritance concept. And if the people who are coming from different background, they can easily understand this concept. I will give my function name employee, and here I am using function declaration. You can also use function expression. Here I will give name. Then what we had employee ID. For short, I will give ID. Then we had department. So inside this parent class, we had these three properties. Now what I want to do, inside my object, I just want to create properties. So here I will write this dot name will be equal to name. I will write here semicolon. Then this dot ID will be equal to our ID. Then finally, this dot department will be equal to our department. And inside this parent class, we had two methods, that is get details and work. And in constructor function, how we will be adding the methods? Directly, we are not going to add inside the function. Instead, we will be adding inside prototype property. Prototype dot get details, and this will be equal to our function. And inside this, I will simply return some text. So here I have written name. Whatever name I will be passing, that name will be displayed. ID will be displayed and department will be displayed. Below this, I will be adding my work method as well. Here I will be writing employee.prototype.work. Inside this, I will just write here equal to function. Inside this, what I will do, I will just return another string. So successfully, I have created all the properties and methods for my parent class. Now let us start working with our child class. And what was our child class? Our child class was manager. Here I will mention our parent class is employee. Now same thing I will copy. Below this I will be pasting. I will change my function name. Here I will be writing manager. Then inside that we had extra properties, that is team size, and also we had office location. So these are the extra properties. In similar way, I will just add this dot office location, and also above this I will be adding this dot team size. Okay, successfully we have created child class and we have added all the properties. And inside that we had the same methods. I'm going to copy. Below this I will be pasting. In place of this employee, now I will be giving manager. Inside this manager prototype, I will be adding these methods, get details and work. But now, apart from this department, I just want to print office location as well as team size. Okay, successfully we have created parent class. Inside that, we have added three properties and two methods. Inside manager, we have added all the properties and we have added these two methods which are exactly same as parent class. But now inside manager class, we had additional methods, that is managing team. Here I will write additional methods. I will be writing manager dot prototype dot, and what was our method? Our method was manage team is equal to function, and inside this again I will be returning one string. Simply I have passed this string. Accordingly, you can display the console as well, but here I am just giving precise name and I am just displaying the string. And the last method was a proof leaf. So here again I will be writing manager dot prototype dot proof leaf is equal to function, and inside this again I'm just going to return some string. Now if you see here, I just want employee name, so here I will be passing as parameter. It is not related to our properties. Whenever we are calling this function, inside that we will be calling with argument, and that argument will be passed here. Suppose my manager is Khanam. Khanam has approved leave for Sanya. So Sanya will be passed here. So what we have done, we have created our parent class, that is nothing but employee, and we have added all the properties and methods. Now inside manager class also, you can see we are having the same properties which are already present inside the parent class. And also we are having the same methods which are already present inside the parent class. Apart from that, they are having some additional methods and additional properties. But now the problem is we are repeating our code. So first of all, we are violating our don't repeat yourself principle. Because if you see, if we create lot of child classes, suppose here we are having manager. Maybe next time we want to create for software engineer. Next time for data analyst. Next time for instructor. So for each and everything, this entire thing has to be passed. And the worst is whenever something changes inside the parent class, that will not be reflected inside this children class. Why? Because we are not inheriting directly, we are passing all the properties inside this child classes. So again, it will be time consuming, and we have to come to each and every function and we have to change our entire code. So instead of doing all those manual work, what we will do, simply we are just going to call our parent class inside this child class. And we already know construct function is very similar to regular function. So I will remove this entire thing. Instead, I'm just going to write my employee. And inside this employee, I will be passing name, then I will be passing ID, and then I will be passing department. And from this manager class, I'm going to remove these three things. I only want team size and office location. I have removed all these three things. And here we forgot to assign the values. Here let me just write team size, and then here I will be writing office location, because we are just creating team size property and office location property in our object. Now what I have done, simply instead of copying entire method and object, I have directly called my parent class inside this manager class. But if you notice, the difference between constructor function and regular function was constructor function will be called using new keyword. Once the function is called with new keyword, only then we will be having all those four steps which we have seen in our new operator section. First, empty object will be created, then that empty object will be assigned to this keyword, then prototypal link will be happening, and finally function will be returning our object. But now directly we have called the employee function and we are not using this keyword. So it will be simply like calling regular function. Now I will be creating object for this manager. I will write here manager1 is equal to new keyword. We should always use new keyword whenever we are calling constructor function. Now here I will be writing manager. Inside this, what I will do, I will be passing name. Name is nothing but Khanam. Then I will be passing ID. Then I will be passing department. Then after that, we are having team size. I will write here 15. Office location, I will write room 301. And this is nothing but string. I will be wrapping inside single quotes. So what I have done, I have just created object for this manager function. Now here I will log. I will write here manager1. Save it. Now I am just going to inspect this. Now I am having reference error. ID is not defined. Why I am having this error? Now here for this manager, I have created this object manager1. And inside this, I am passing 5 values. But here, if you see, we have only passed 2 parameters. But while calling, we are passing 5 arguments. So here, what I will do, I will just copy the same thing and again I will be pasting it here. Save it. Now successfully, I am able to get my manager object, which is having team size, which is having office location, and inside the prototype, we are having approve leave, get details, manage team and work. So whatever methods we have added, successfully we are able to get the method. But if you notice here, we do not have name, we do not have ID, and also we do not have any department property. Why? Because we are directly calling this employee function as regular function. Now if I try to access get details, here I will come down, log this, I will write manager1 dot get details, save it. Now if you see, I will be having name as undefined, ID as undefined, department as undefined, but successfully I am able to get team size and room. For all these values, I am having undefined. And if you remember, whenever we are calling regular function, inside regular function, this keyword will be assigned to undefined. So that is the reason we are not able to access any properties here. Whenever we are accessing this get details, inside that we are displaying name, we are displaying ID, and we are displaying department. But while calling inside regular function, this becomes undefined. Undefined, if it is calling any method or property, it is going to result undefined. And here previously I have not given this, so I have added. So but now successfully we are able to access team size and office location. And the problem is, while calling this employee class, directly we are calling as regular function. Instead, what we have to do, we have to set this keyword for this employee class. And how we can set? By using our call method. That we are going to see in next lecture. But let us revise what we have done. We have created employee class which will be having all these 3 properties, and we have added 2 methods inside its prototype property. So now whatever objects I will be creating for employee class, they will be able to access this get details and work, as well as they will be having all the properties. Now inside the child class, this entire thing is same. So instead of writing again, I have simply called my regular function as normal function. So here I have simply called my constructor function as regular function. And we already know in regular function, this keyword will be assigned to undefined. So when we try to access this get details, this become undefined. And if we are trying to access any property from undefined, it will be resulting in undefined. So that is the reason when we created object for this manager class, for all these values, we are not able to display. Only thing we are able to access is this team size and office location. And only for this why we are able to access, because these are the direct properties which are present inside our manager class. So that is the reason we are able to access team size and office location. And here this manager function is called using new keyword. So this will be assigned. So this dot team size, it will be pointing to the current object, and accordingly it will access the team size. Again, this will be pointing to manager 1, and from there it will be accessing this room size. And again from there it will access this office location and it will display the correct result. So at this point, if you are getting confused, just pause the video, take your time and understand this concept, because in next lecture we are going to fix this problem. Let us continue with our previous lecture and understand inheritance between classes using constructor function. And this will be the part 2. And here we are going to see how to use call method. And here this was the issue we were getting. For name, for ID and for department, we are having undefined. Why? Because while calling this parent class inside child class, directly we are calling as regular function. And whenever we want to call constructor function, we will call along with new operator. Only then we are going to have our own this keyword. But now in regular function, this keyword will be assigned to undefined. So that is the reason we are having the result as undefined. And now this manager one, let me remove. I will write here log. This manager one will not be able to access name. It will not be able to access ID, and also it will not be able to access department. Why? Because these three properties are directly present inside employee class. So what we will do, instead of calling in regular way, we are going to use our call method. Using this call method, what we can do, we can set this keyword while calling this function. Here I will be writing call, and then this keyword will be passed as first argument. Now what happens? This keyword will be passed inside this function. Once this keyword is passed, now this will be holding all these values which we have given inside this function. So here what we want this keyword inside this function to specify the this keyword which is available inside this function. Okay, so here while calling, we are simply using call method, and as a first argument, we are passing this. Now just focus. As soon as I save successfully, I will be able to access all the values. I am having Anam, name, ID 133, and also department I am able to access. Now successfully, we are able to access these properties. Now what about methods? Inside employee, we are having get details and work method which are directly available on its prototype property. And inside this manager, we are having get details, we are having work, we are having manage team, and we are having proof leaves. Now these methods are already present inside the parent class. So simply I'm just going to remove these methods. But as soon as I saved, now you can see manager 1 is not able to access this get details. Why? Because now this get details is not present inside the manager prototype. Instead, it is present inside employee prototype. Let us confirm that. I will just come here. I will come in this. And also, I'm just going to remove all these details. Now here, I will be writing employee.prototype. Hit enter. Inside this, I am having get details and work. Now here, I will be writing manager.prototype. Hit enter. Now inside that, I am having only two methods, that is manage team and approve leave. So that is the reason whatever instance we are creating using this manager function, those instance will not be having access to this employee prototype. Whatever instances are created for this employee prototype, they will be able to access this prototype, but the prototypes which are created for this manager, they will not be able to access this employee prototype. I hope you understood, but using example, let us now understand this complete logic. So in this example, let us understand how our manager instances will be getting access to the methods which are available inside employee prototype. So here we are having manager constructor function which is linked to its prototype, and its prototype is manager.prototype. And for that we have created our object manager 1. It is also called as instance, and this object will be having dot underscore underscore proto property which will be linked to manager.prototype. And using this property, we are just linking this object to this prototype. And how this linking is possible? Because we have created the object and we have called our constructor function using this new keyword. And behind the scene, in third step, this new operator will be doing this linking. So now whatever instances are created from this manager function, they can easily access all the properties and methods which are available inside this manager.prototype. In this case, we are having a proof leaf and also managing team method. Successfully, manager 1 will be able to access approve team and manage team method which are available on this manager prototype. But now what I want, this manager class, I just want to inherit from employee class. Why? Because inside employee class, we are having get details method as well as we are having work method. Those method I want access in manager class so that whatever instances I am creating for manager class, they will be able to access all the methods which are available inside employee class and all the methods which are available inside this manager class. So now here I am having my employee constructor function. So now what I have to do, this manager.prototype, I just have to link to my employee.prototype, and this employee constructor function will be linked to employee.prototype. Only once our manager.prototype is linked to employee.prototype, only then our prototype chain is possible, and whatever methods we are having inside employee.prototype, successfully manager instances will be able to access those methods and they will be able to display the result. But now how this is possible? This is possible because this prototype is nothing but it is an object. So in object, we are going to have prototype property. Now for this prototype property, directly we are just going to link our employee.prototype. You can see whatever instances we are created for this manager inside prototype, we are having manager.prototype. So that is the reason these objects are able to access the methods which are available inside manager.prototype. Now what we are doing for this manager.prototype, inside this proto property, we are linking employee.prototype. And inside employee.prototype, we are having get details and work method. So those methods will be available inside manager.prototype. Once the methods are present inside manager.prototype, whatever instance we are creating for manager, they will be able to access those methods. So once we do this linking successfully, our manager one will be able to access work method, will be able to access get details method, will be able to access approve leaves, and finally it will be able to access manage team. But till now we have not seen this connection. Only thing, we have called our parent class inside the child class using our call method and we have assigned this keyword. So now here let me just uncomment. Manager 1 will not have access to get details. Manager 1 will not have access to work. Let me just comment this. You can see again I will be having manager1.work is not a function, but manager 1 will be able to access this manage team. Save it. Why? Because this manage team is directly present on its prototype. So that is the reason it will be able to access. And finally, we are having a proof leaf. And here I have to give one parameter. I will write Sanya. So Khanam has approved the leaf for Sanya. Successfully, I will be able to access manage team and approve leave. But these two methods are available inside employee prototype. So that is the reason we are not able to access the method, because till now we have not connected our functions. And here if I write manager 1, hit enter, open this, inside its prototype I am having approve leave and manage team. I am not having work and get details. If I open this, again we are having constructor function, and finally at the end we are going to have null. But nowhere in this chain we are having get details and work. So in next lecture we are going to see how to connect one object to another object. And if you already thought the answer that by using Object.create, then well and good, you have understood the concept whatever we have learned previously. Let us now see third way of implementing inheritance using Object.create function. And we already know using Object.create, we can set prototype of any object to another object. So now let us see how inheritance will be working here. So for this, we are going to work with our old example, that is employee and manager. But now this time we are going to add one more object, that is nothing but new joinee. So now here we are going to do some complex inheritance. This joinee will be inheriting manager and manager will be inheriting employee. So first let us create our employee object. Here I will write here const employee is equal to, this is simply our object literal. Inside this I will be adding this method, and inside this I will be writing this log. So now I have created the method getMessage. Inside that simply I just want to log this data. Now below this what I will do, I will be creating init function. You can give any name, and inside this I will be passing first name and last name. Why we are using this init function? Because programmatically we are going to add properties inside our object. Just write init here, and these properties we have to separate by comma. Why? Because this is nothing but our object literal, and inside object we are going to separate the properties by comma. You can give any name, but using this function we are just going to set first name and last name to our object. So again here I will write this dot first name is equal to first name semicolon, then this dot last name will be equal to last name. Okay, successfully I have created employee object in which I am having this get message as well as I am having this init method. Using this init method, we are just setting our first name and last name to our object. Now what I just want this new joinee to inherit this employee object. And using Object.create, easily we can set this employee prototype to new joinee. But before that, here I will be writing employee, hit enter. So inside this I am having get message and init. Now this prototype I just want to link to new joinee. So here I will be writing new joinee name as Khanam. Then I am going to write Object.create, and inside this I will be passing employee. Save it. Below this I'm just going to log Khanam. Now using this Object.create, what I will be having empty object, but if I open this prototype, inside that I am having get message and init. So successfully I have linked this employee prototype to my Khanam object. Now if I want to add any properties inside Khanam, what I have to do, I have to call this method. How we will be doing? Khanam.init. Inside this I will pass the first name, that is nothing but Kaiser, and last name is Khanam. I will just bring this down, save it. Now successfully I am having first name, last name, and inside this I am having get message and init. So here what we have done, successfully we have assigned employee prototype to our Khanam new joinee. But now what I want, in between I just want to create another object which will be inheriting employee, and that new object will be the new prototype of this new joinee. Okay, let us first see how to do that. Here I will write const. Now in between we are going to add manager. Okay, first we have employee, then we have manager, and then we have joinee. And this manager will be equal to Object.create, and inside this now I'm going to pass employee. Now this manager will be having access to this get message and init function. Here I will be writing manager, hit enter. Using this Object.create, we are going to get empty object, but inside prototype I am having get message and init function. But now what I just want to set this manager prototype to my new joinee instead of employee prototype. So here instead of employee I'm just going to write manager. Save it. Below this I will be writing Khanam. Hit enter. Open this prototype. Inside this prototype you can see I am not having anything, because inside this manager object I have not added any method. But again, I am having one more level. Now inside this prototype, I will be having get message and init function which are available on this employee. So successfully, this joinee is able to access the methods which are available inside the employee. Why? Because my manager is linked to employee prototype. So that is the reason using prototype chain, we are able to access all the methods which are available on this employee. Before moving further, let us understand this complete logic. So here we have created employee object. Inside its prototype, we are going to have employee.prototype. And what we are doing inside that, we are just giving our get message function, as well as in our code, we have given init function. Then after that, what I have done, I have created manager object which will be linked to employee prototype using this object.create. And inside this prototype property, we are going to have our employee. Okay, I hope this is fine. Now here what happens, manager will be inheriting all the properties and methods from employee object. Now again, I have created new object Khanam. He is nothing but new joinee. And now inside this, what we are doing, we are just linking this manager prototype using this object.create. So now inside this Khanam, we are going to have proto, that is nothing but our manager. And this will be linked inside our prototype property of this object. So in between, we have added another object which will be linked to employee, and this new joinee will be linked to this manager. So that is the reason now manager prototype is nothing but employee. So whatever methods and properties we are having inside employee, easily new joinee can access because new joinee is linked to this manager prototype. So using this simple logic, we have created our prototype chain. So now let us add some more methods inside this manager object. And here inside this employee, we have already created init from where we are going to get our first name and last name. Now what I just want to add another init function inside my manager object, but that is already present inside my parent class. Again, I am referring classes only to understand this inheritance concept, but that doesn't mean classes exist in JavaScript. Real classes do not exist in JavaScript. So what I can do, inside this manager object, I just want to add this init method. How we will be adding methods in normal object literal, same way we are going to add. Here I will be writing function. Inside this, I want first name, I want last name, and also I want course. But now inside this employee, we have already implemented this init method, and accordingly we are just setting these properties to our object. So again, we are going to make use of call method. So here I will be writing my employee. From that employee, I just want to call my init function. Now for this, I will be writing call. First argument, we will be passing this, and inside this, I'm just going to paste this entire thing. So this init function is been called from this employee object, and we are calling using this call method because we want access to this keyword. If we are having access to this keyword, only then we will be able to get values for first name and last name. Then finally, we are having course. So here I will write this dot course will be equal to course. Save it. Now, as of now, course is undefined because I have not passed any values. So using this, what I have done, inside this manager object, I have created init function, and from this employee object, we are just accessing this init method, and accordingly, we are setting first name and last name. Again, we do not have to repeat this entire process. Simply, we are going to call this init function along with this call method so that we get access to this keyword. And after that, whatever extra properties we are having, simply we are just accessing only those properties, and these properties will be set inside our object. So now I have created Khanam object, And now I am calling this init function, and inside this Khanam proto property, we are having our manager.prototype. So inside this manager.prototype, we are having init function, which is having first name, last name, and course. So here I have passed first name, last name, and then I will be passing the course. Save it. Now successfully I am able to access. Now here I am going to write employee, hit enter. We are having get message and init function. Inside init we have first name and last name. Here I will be writing manager, hit enter. Now inside this manager I am only having init function. Basically I have just overwritten this init function, and inside this I have first name, last name, and course. And finally I will be writing Khanam. So now Khanam is having access to first name, last name, and course. I will open. Inside the prototype I am having init function, that is from manager.prototype, and inside this I am having get message and init function, which are available on this employee object. So you can see successfully we have created this prototype chain. So now this Khanam can easily access this get message. Init function we have already accessed, and the method which is overridden by manager, that properties and that values will be assigned. So now I'm just going to access this get message. But before that, in this console, I have written lowercase n. I will just change it to capital N. Why? Because while passing, we are using capital N. Now here, I will be writing Khanam dot get message. Save it. Successfully, I am able to get the result. My first name is Kaiser and the last name is Khanam. But now maybe you have already noticed, when I am calling this init function for this employee, we are only having this two parameters, first name and last name. But here I have also passed the course. Now it is not going to make any sense. So here I will remove course. Now I can easily add the method inside this manager object. Here I will write manager display message is equal to function, and inside this I will write I am new joinee and my name is. Save it. Now Khanam will be having access to this display message. Why? Because it is present on its prototype. Below this I will write Khanam dot display message. Save it. Now you can see I am new joinee and my name is Kaiser. So whatever values we have given, successfully we are able to access the value, and using this object.create, in simple steps we have created this prototypal inheritance. But now the question is, which type of inheritance is widely used in real world? Is it constructor function? Is it ES6 classes, or is it object.create? So now inside constructor function, we are having lot of work, but if you understand constructor function, then easily you can implement inheritance using ES6 classes. And we already know real classes do not exist in JavaScript. So there we are simply faking the classes. But actual classes does not exist in JavaScript. But using this object.create, in simple way, we have created this prototypal inheritance, and also we did not have lot of work. So creating inheritance using object.create is very simple, but in real world, constructor functions and ES6 classes are widely used. But still, it is important you have understanding of all these three ways of implementing inheritance. Accordingly, based on your personal preference, you can choose what kind of pattern you have to use in your code. But when it comes to modern JavaScript, mostly ES6 classes are used. Again, it is of personal preference. Take your time, understand the concept, and choose wisely. Let us now work on our challenge, and in this challenge, you will be having 5 questions. And once you are done, you can continue with this video to check if you have done it right or wrong. So directly we are going to start with the challenge, and also we are going to complete the solutions in this lecture itself. So first, we are going to do basic inheritance setup. So you are given two constructor function, person and student. The person constructor takes name and age, while the student also includes a grade, which means student will be having grade as well as student will be having name and age. Now your task is to set up inheritance so that student inherits properties from person. So the question is, how can you make the student constructor inherit from person and allow access to introduce method in student instance? Let us now work on the solution. Here we have already created person constructor, and inside person prototype we have added our introduce method. Now here inside the student, what we have to do? First we have to inherit name and age from our parent constructor. So how we will be doing? We are going to call person, and inside this we will be passing same parameters, name and age. But if we call in this way, what we are doing? We are calling as regular function. But we want this keyword. So here we will be using call method, and then first argument we will be passing our this keyword. Now this keyword will be assigned to this person constructor function. Now I am going to create instance for student. Here I will be writing const student1 is equal to new. I will be calling my student. Now inside this I am just going to pass name. I will write here Khanam. Then age I will write here 25. And finally we are having grade. I will write here 10th grade. Below this I am just going to log my student1. Save it. Now successfully I am able to access all the properties. You can see whatever properties I am having inside parent class and student class, I am able to access those properties. I will open this student. Now inside the prototype I am not having anything. But here inside this prototype also I am not having anything. But what we have to do? We have to allow our student constructor inherit from person and allow access to introduce method. So here I will write student1 dot introduce. Save it. Now I will be having student1 dot introduce is not function. Why? Because this introduce method is not available on student prototype. It is available on person prototype. So now what we have to do? Now we have to link this to constructor function. And how we will be linking? We are going to link using Object.create. Below this I will be writing my student.prototype will be equal to Object.create, and inside this I will be passing person.prototype. Now if I save successfully, I will be able to access this introduce method. Why? Because now inside this prototype, I will be having my introduce method. This is how you will be linking to access the method which are available inside parent class. But to access the properties directly, we will be calling using call method, and accordingly we will have the access. We have completed our first question. Let us come to second question. So here what we have to do? We have to add method to the student class. After inheriting from person, add a new method student to the student constructor, which will be returning this string. And how can you implement study method in student class, and what will be the output when we call this method? So first from this question 1, I will copy this entire thing, and here I will be pasting. Let me just remove this entire thing. Now what I have to do? First I have to add new method, that is study, and where we will be adding, after this linking has completed, we are going to add the method here. Here I will write student.prototype.study, and here I'm just going to write function, and what this function will be returning, let us see. I will just come here. I am studying in this grade. I will copy this entire string, and here I will be pasting. So now we have to check what will be the output of this method. Below this I will write log. Then I'm just going to write student1. student1.study. Save it. Successfully, I am able to access 10th grade, which we have given while creating the instance, and we are able to display the result. But now, if this method was created above, I will just bring this, save it. I will be having error. Why? Because after that, we have done this linking. So entire methods which are available on student.prototype, those will be overridden. So it is very important. First, you have to link. Only then you have to add the method inside child class. From here, I will copy this entire thing now. I will come to third question, and below this I will be pasting. Let me save, and I will remove this study method. From here, I'm just going to remove this log. Now inside this, what we have to do? We have to override introduce method. Now student is inheriting from person. So we have to override introduce method in the student class so that it introduces the student grade in this output. In this way, we have to display the result. But here inside this, we are only having name and age, but we are not displaying grade. So that is the reason we have to override this introduce method. Now I will come down. Below this, I will be writing student, but before that, I will write here log. I will be writing student1.introduce. Save it. Now I am able to access name and age. But now after overriding, it should also include the grade. So here I will be writing student.prototype.introduce is equal to function, and inside this I have to pass this entire string. Copy. Here I will be pasting. Now in place of this, remove this entire thing and get access to this dot name. And here remove this, get access to this dot age. And again remove this, get access to this dot grade. Save it. Now you can see I am having name, I am having age, and also grade is displayed. Okay, successfully we have completed. We have overridden introduce method, and also we have displayed the grade information while calling introduce method. And this process is called as polymorphism. Now from here, I'm just going to copy entire thing. Now I will come to fourth question. Below this, I will be pasting. So now here, this will be little bit tricky question. So what we have to do? We have to access parent class method. After setting up inheritance between person and student, how you can call person's original introduce method within the student's overridden introduce method to avoid rewriting the common parts. So here inside this introduce, this entire thing is common, and inside this introduce also, this entire thing is common. So that is what it has mentioned, how you can call parent introduce method without rewriting entire common part. So what we have to do? We have to use person's introduce method inside the student class introduce method while still adding the student's grade to the output. So what it says, instead of writing the same string, what we have to do? Inside this student introduce method, we have to call person introduce method, and still we have to increase grade. So just think for a second how that is possible. And again, the hint is using this call method. I will just come here. Inside this introduce method, student introduce method, I will be creating one variable. I will write here person introduce is equal to, now what I will do? I will be calling my person introduce method. So here I will write person dot prototype dot introduce method. Now I just want to set this keyword for this. So here I will be writing call, and inside this I will be passing this. Now here what happens, as soon as I pass this, whatever value we are having inside introduce method, that will be passed inside this variable. So below this, if I write here log, copy this entire string, and here I will be pasting, save it. What I got? I got, hi, I am Kaiser Khanam, and I am 25 years old. So using this entire property, what I got for this keyword, I got this entire string back. Why? Because manually I am setting this keyword. So that is the reason whatever return value I am getting from this function, that will be passed to this keyword. Now I will be removing the common part, save it. In place of writing this entire thing again, now using this keyword, I am having entire value. I will remove this entire thing. Instead, I will be writing my person introduce. Now if I save again, I will be having the same result. Why? Because manually we have set that this keyword, and whatever value we got from this function, that will be set to this keyword. And when we call, we are going to have the same result. So this is how we are going to call original introduce method within the student introduce method. Now I'll copy this. Let us come to fifth question, and below this I will be pasting. So now here what we have to do, we have to create multiple student instances given that student inherits from person, and create two different instances of student with same name, ages and grades. Then we have to call introduce and study methods on both the instances and compare their outputs. So what we have to do, how we can create two instances of student, call their introduce and study methods, and what will be the expected output for each instance. So let us start. I will remove this instance. Instead, I'm just going to give student A is equal to new student, and inside this I will give the name Khanam. Then here I will give 25 and grade I will be giving 12. Then below this I will be creating student B. I will give here Rima. Age is 27 and here I will give degree. You can give any grade, doesn't matter. Now what I have to do, I have to call introduce and study method on both of this instance. I will write here log student A dot introduce. Below this student A dot study. Below this student B dot study. I will copy this console. Here I will be writing student B dot introduce. Save it. Now successfully using this introduce method, I am able to access this introduce method. But previously we have seen first how to call parent introduce method and how to display the result. So for first introduce, I am having data related to Khanam. Then here I am studying in grade 12. Then for second, I am having data related to Rima, and for studying, I am having degree grade. Okay, successfully we have completed all the questions, and in this entire challenge, I believe only the fourth question was tricky to understand. But once you understand successfully, you will be able to complete this challenge on your own. Let us now see second way of inheriting between classes, and now we are going to use ES6 classes. But before starting this lecture, let me tell you whatever concept we have learned while inheriting classes from constructor function, same concept will be applied here. Definitely syntax will be different, but whatever concept we have learned, entire process will be same. So here also we are going to inherit the parent class, and whatever properties and methods we are having inside the parent class, that will be inherited to child class. But here in this ES6 classes, most of the features will be abstracted away and it will be hiding through nature of inheritance. But if you have already seen about constructor function, and if you are comfortable with that inheritance, understanding this will be simple as well as easy, because it does not require lot of code which we have written in constructor function. So in our constructor function, we have used employee class and manager class, and we have inherited all the properties and methods. Now for this ES6 inheritance, I will be using vehicle class and car class. So here by looking at this, you can tell car is also an vehicle. So vehicle will be the parent class and car will be the child class. If you want to work with employee and manager, accordingly, you can proceed with that example. But you have to follow this concept because here we are having different syntax. But still, behind the process, it will be working exactly like constructor function, which we have seen in last few lectures. So now first, I'm just going to implement this vehicle class. Okay, same syntax, what we have used for ES6 classes. And inside this, we will be passing constructor method. And here, I will pass the properties make and speed. And inside this, I will assign these values to my object. This dot make will be equal to make and this dot speed will be equal to speed. Okay, simple enough. Same structure of ES6 classes we have given. Now, add the methods inside ES6 classes. We are not going to add directly inside prototype property. Instead, we are going to add the method inside this class itself. So in ES6 classes, if we add the method inside the class, automatically those methods will be added on its prototype. Here, I will create the method accelerate. Inside this, I will write this dot speed and for this, I will just increase the value by 9 plus equal to 9. Okay, simply I have used assignment operator and here I will be returning the string. But as of now, let me write here log and here I will write. So here I have passed the string this dot make is going at this dot speed kilometer per hour. So I have added only one method inside this vehicle class. Now what I will do below this, I will be creating car class and inside this, I just want same thing copy and here I will be pasting. Apart from this, I also want color. So here I'm just going to write this dot color. So in our constructor function, what we did directly, we have called our parent class vehicle and then we use this call method and accordingly we have added these properties whatever we are having inside parent class. But here we do not have to write this syntax. Why? Because in ES6 classes, most of the features will be abstracted away. Abstraction we have already seen, most of the features will be hidden. So you do not have to write manual code. By using only few keywords, entire process will be set up. So here, instead of writing that, what I have to do, I just have to write car class extends vehicle class. I just have to write this. By using this, automatically vehicle class will be called and whatever properties we are having, that will be set. Before that, let me just assign this color. Now here, inside this constructor, these two properties are already available inside this vehicle. Now to get access to those two properties, we are going to use super keyword. And here we will be passing make and speed. Okay, you do not have to write vehicle.call, then assign this keyword. You do not have to do entire setup. Simply, you will do car class is extending vehicle class and inside constructor function, you are simply passing this super class. Here, what this super keyword will be representing? It is nothing but it is a constructor function of our parent class. So this super keyword is the constructor function of our parent class. So this is the constructor function of the parent class. So this super keyword will be representing to this constructor function. And here we do not have to mention any parent name because we have already extended from vehicle class. Only thing you have to pass super keyword and whatever properties we are having inside the parent class, we have to pass exact same properties. Now I will be creating instance for car const. Here I will write BMW is equal to new car and inside this now I can pass make, I can pass speed as well as I can pass the color. Here I will write BMW speed I will be giving as 34 and then color I will give red. Below this I will log BMW. Save it. Successfully I am able to access make property as well as I am able to access speed property which are present inside my parent constructor function. And this constructor function is called using this super keyword. And how this is possible? Because we are using this extend keyword to inherit vehicle class inside the car class. And how this is possible? Because we are using this extend keyword to inherit parent class to child class. And one more thing, it is important to understand if we are having any extra properties inside the child class, only then we are going to write constructor function and super function, and only after that we are going to write this property which is available inside this car class. But imagine if we are not having any extra property and directly we want to inherit the parent class. So in that case, you do not have to write this entire thing. Okay, just imagine this color is not present here. Remove this and also I will remove. So in that case, you do not have to write this entire thing, and from here I will be removing color. Now as soon as I save, again I will be having access to make and speed inside this car instance. Why? Because using this extend keyword, we are just inheriting vehicle. So that is the reason, even if you do not mention using this constructor function, we are able to access this make property and speed. But if we are having any extra property inside this car class, then accordingly we have to mention constructor function, and inside constructor function we will be calling our super function which will be holding our parent constructor function, and this should always be on top. But if you just bring this down, save it, here you are going to have uncaught reference error because this super constructor is derived class because it is accessing this or returning from derived constructor. So that is the reason we should always call on top. And what was that error? Because this superclass, when we pass this superclass, this function will be responsible for creating this keyword in subclass. So our super function has to be on top. Only then we will be having access to this keyword. If we don't do, then we are going to have uncaught reference error. Now what I will do, inside this car class, I will be adding one method. Here I will write get message. I will return one string. Simply, I'm just going to log. So now I have added get message inside my car prototype. If I open inside this prototype, you can see get message is available, and inside this prototype accelerate is available. Behind the scene itself, it has done entire thing. Now manually, we do not have to link vehicle prototype to car prototype because correctly it is following the prototype chain. Inside this, I am having get message, and inside its prototype, I am having accelerate method. So now successfully BMW will be able to access this get message as well as accelerate message. Below this, I will write BMW dot get message. Save it. I am able to access. Then here I will be writing accelerate. Now this method is available on the parent class, but still I am able to access. Why? Because we are extending vehicle class. And as I mentioned, this is very simple to implement, as well as whatever features we have learned inside constructor function, that entire thing will be abstracted away from us. But still, you should be having understanding of constructor function to understand how this process is working. And also, we can easily override the method as well. Below this, I will be writing accelerate. Now here, instead of displaying this message, here I will write log, and here I will write hello students. Save it. Now you can see hello students will be displayed. So inside the child class, I can easily override the method which are present inside the parent class. Without learning entire process of constructor function, if you directly start inheriting using ES6 classes, then most of the features will be like magic. You will not understand lot of things. So it is very important. First, you have your foundation strong. Only then you will be able to master inheritance using ES6 classes. Now for you, the simple challenge is in our constructor function, we have used employee class and manager class. Same example, same properties, same methods, everything you have to access and you have to implement using ES6 inheritance. Once you have the solution, you can paste down your solution so that I can check for different results. Let us continue with our inheritance using our constructor function. And this will be our part 3 lecture. In this, we are going to see how to connect constructor function using Object.create. And we already know using Object.create, we can link prototype of any object to any other object. So now this manager one is not able to access get details and work method which are available on this employees prototype. But it is able to access this manage team and approve leave. So now what we just want to link employee.prototype to our manager.prototype. And how that is possible? Using our object.create method. So here we are having a child class manager, and after this we are having its additional method. So before this additional methods, here I will be writing manager.prototype will be equal to object.create. Inside this I will be passing employee.prototype. So using this linking process, what I have done successfully, I have linked this employee.prototype to the prototype of manager.prototype. And how this linking is possible? By using this object.create method. Now I will come here. I will open. Now inside this prototype, I am having approve leave. I am having manage team. And this is the prototype of our manager. But now using object.create, we have also linked this manager.prototype to its employee.prototype. So if I open the prototype, now here I am having get details and work. So successfully manager will be able to access this get details and work. Why? Because now it is available on the prototype. So now here if I do manager1 dot get details, save it successfully, I will be having name, ID, department. But previously we had team size as well as office location. But now inside this employee.prototype, inside get details, we are only displaying name, we are displaying ID and we are displaying department. But now what I just want to display office location as well as I want to display team size. So what we can do, even after linking, we can easily override this method. If we override, what process we are applying? We are applying polymorphism concept. So child classes can inherit the properties from parent class and accordingly, based on their requirement, they can override those methods. Here we are having additional methods. Above this, I will write, let me just come down, overriding method. Paste it. Now successfully what I have done, I have just overridden my get details method which is also present inside my parent class. So now I am having team size as well as office location. But now if I create instance for employee, that instance will be having this information whenever we call this get details. But for manager, whenever we call get details, this function will be called and accordingly data will be displayed. And one more important point you have to understand, whenever you are linking this prototype to another prototype, you should always do this linking process before creating any methods. If you don't do this, let me show you what happens. Now inside this manager, successfully I am having approve leave, I am having get details, I am having manage team, and after that from parent I am able to access this get details and work. But now I will copy this entire linking process, come in this. Now below this, after creating all the methods, I will be linking my employee.prototype to manager.prototype. Now as soon as I save, inside this prototype, you can see I will not be having anything. But inside this object prototype, I will be having the methods which are available inside this employee.prototype. So what it will do, it is just going to override all the methods which are available on this manager.prototype. So it is very important, whenever you are linking, you should not be linking here. You should always link before creating its own method. Let us go back to our PPT and understand this complete logic. So here we have already seen this manager instance will be linked to manager.prototype. So now using this object.create, what we are doing for this prototype, we will be having this proto property, and inside that property using object.create, we are just linking our employee.prototype. And now inside this employee prototype, we are having get details and work method. And inside this manager.prototype, we are having this manage team and approve leave. Now, if my manager one wants to access this work method, which is available on this employee prototype, then using the concept of prototype chain, it is going to look up and it will find the method, and accordingly it will display the result. This is what prototypal chain means. So now here I just want to access work method. That work method is not available on this instance. So it will look up inside this prototype, it is not available, but this prototype is linked to employee.prototype. Again it will look up, and here we are having this work method. So successfully our manager one will be able to access this work method. So it is important you should use object.create to link prototype of one object to another object. Let me show you one more way of linking. Logically, it might look correct, but that will be completely wrong if you do that in your programming. Before that, I will come in this. Now inside this manager, I am having prototype employee. Inside employee, I am having proof leaf, get details, which is overridden, and then I am having manage team. And again, inside the prototype, I am having get details and work. So you might be thinking, instead of using object.create, simply why we cannot assign manager.prototype to employee.prototype. I will come in this. Below this, I will be writing. I will remove this object.create, and from here I will remove. Now save it. Now if I look inside the manager, open. Now directly inside the prototype, you can see all the methods are available. I am having approve leave, I am having get details, I am having manage team, I am having work. But I do not want this one. Again, if I open this prototype, here I should be having the methods which are available on our parent class. But now, while assigning this, what we did, we are not having proper prototype chain. But still, if I just do this, save it successfully, I will be having the result. But if you see here, our prototype chain is wrong and we are not having correct prototype chain displayed. So that is the reason we cannot directly assign here. So now let us see what happens when we directly assign in this way. So here till now we have seen this entire thing. So now using this syntax, we are just assigning manager.prototype to employee.prototype. But what we just want our employee.prototype to be the prototype of manager.prototype. But in this way, we are simply assigning the value. So what happens? Our constructor function employee will be linked to its prototype. So that is fine. Each and every constructor function will be linked to prototype object. But now what happens? Constructor function manager and the instance which are created using this constructor function both will be linked to this employee.prototype. And if you see here, the chain is completely wrong. Why? Because this manager instance has to be linked in this way. This should be linked to manager.prototype, and from there manager.prototype has to be linked to employee.prototype. But if we use this syntax, what happens? This manager construct function and also the instance which are created from this constructor function will be linked to this employee.prototype. And also inside its prototype, we are going to have manager.prototype. So that is the reason this object will be able to access all the methods which are available inside manager prototype as well as employee prototype. But if we use this process, simply what we are doing, we are just violating this prototypal inheritance and we will not be having proper chain. And in larger application, this might lead to lot of bugs. So it is very, very important you understand this concept. Whenever you want to link prototype of any object to another object, you should always use Object.create. And this constructor functions prototype is also an object. So this will be linked to Object.prototype higher level, and our Object.prototype will be having the value null. After that, we are not going to have any chain. Our chain will be stopped. So now, whatever we have learned, let us prove using coding. I will comment this and here I will write wrong way of linking. I will uncomment. Now successfully inside this prototype, I will be having manager's prototype, and after that I will be having my employees prototype methods. Now below that, let me remove this get details. Okay, let us prove. I will write here log. I am going to write manager1 dot underscore underscore proto underscore underscore. Save it. Now it will be having all the methods which are available inside our manager.prototype. But here, if you see, still employee is displayed. Later on, we are going to fix that. I will just come down. Now, prototype of prototype. Save it. Now, whatever methods we are having inside our employee, successfully, I am able to display those methods. But now, while displaying this manager1.proto property, we got all the methods which are available on manager.prototype. But here, I am having employee. So, below this, I will write, if I just write here dot constructor, save it, it is pointing back to my employee. But we have already seen whenever we are applying dot constructor property on the prototype of any function, we should be having our constructor function back. But now instead of manager, I am having my employee constructor. So this problem has to be fixed whenever you are performing inheritance using constructor function. So it is very simple to fix. Above this, I will be writing manager.prototype.constructor, and this entire value directly I am going to assign to my manager constructor. Now as soon as I save, you can see successfully I am having manager, and inside that whatever methods I am having, successfully I am able to display those methods. So now whenever we are doing manager1.prototype.constructor, we are getting our constructor function back. Or you can also write in this way. I will write here log. Then I will be writing my constructor function dot prototype dot constructor. Save it. Again, I will be having my manager constructor back. So this is very important. If you are having the wrong result, then this is how you are going to fix. Now let us see how instance of operator will be working here. I will comment this entire thing. Here I will write log at manager1 instance of manager. And we already know this manager1 is an instance of manager. So if I save, I will have the result true. Now here, let me just write here employee. Save it. Again, I will have the result true. And now you might be wondering, manager 1 is not an instance of employee because it is an instance of manager. But still we are having the result true. Why? Because we have linked the prototypes together. So that is the reason manager 1 will also become instance of employee. And the linking process has done using this object.create. But if I do not do this linking process, save it, I will have the result false. But as I have done this linking, manager 1 becomes instance of employee. So that is the reason I will have true. And finally, at top level, what we will be having? We will have our object. So manager 1 will be an instance of object as well. If I save, you can see manager 1 will be an instance of object as well. And for object.prototype, we are going to have the value null. I hope you understood this complete process. Just watch the video 2-3 times so that you will have complete understanding of how inheritance will be working between constructor function. Let us now understand complex class example to understand the need of encapsulation. So here inside this I will be creating the class. I will give the class name as user. And inside this I will be writing constructor function, and here I'm just going to pass username, and then I will be passing password. And inside this I'm just going to get this username and I will be assigning to my object. Then again this dot password will be equal to my password. Okay, this is the basic syntax of ES6 classes, where inside constructor function I have passed username and password. Now below this I will be creating user const user1 is equal to new user. Inside this, I will pass the username as Khanam and password as 123. Below this, I will log this user1. Save it. Now successfully for this user1, I am able to access this username and password. Now what I just want to add another property inside this construct function. So here I will be writing wallet. Below this, I will access this wallet. This dot wallet is equal to wallet. Save it. Now here I am having undefined. Why? Because I have not passed any value. If I give here 10, successfully wallet will be having 10. But inside this wallet, I do not want to give any value. Instead, I will be passing empty array. Why empty array? Because I just want to keep track of how much money I have spent and how much is my balance. So if I say, now you can see wallet is there, and for this wallet empty array is assigned. But now the problem is here we are not adding any value inside the wallet directly. While creating the object, we are passing empty array. Suppose imagine you are creating 100 user. So each and every time you have to pass this wallet value. So now the problem is we are passing 100 empty objects to 100 user. But we do not want this. We already know we want wallet property, but it should be having the value empty array. But we should not follow this process. Instead, we are already aware that we want our wallet property, but initially its value has to be empty. So instead of passing here, I will remove this wallet. Now if I save, I will have undefined. Here directly I am just going to assign empty array. Now if I save, you can see again I will be having the same result. So inside this constructor function, for any property, directly we can assign the default value. Okay, for this username also, instead of passing it here, directly I can assign the value here. Save, again I will be having the same result. But username will be unique, so that is the reason we have created different property for username and password. But for this wallet, each and every time I do not want to add empty array inside my object. So directly I have assigned default value inside constructor function. And inside this constructor function, you can simply log the messages as well. Whatever data you want to pass, you can easily pass. Let me just write here log, and here I will write hello. Save it. Now you can see, as soon as my object is created, this constructor function will be called, and inside that username will be set, password will be set, wallet is having this empty object, and this console will be displayed. So you can pass anything, but as of now, let me remove that console. Now what I want to do, inside this wallet property, I just want to add some values, and this is nothing but array. So to add the items inside the array, we are going to use push method. Below this, I will be writing my object, and from there I will be accessing my wallet. This is nothing but array, and here I will be using push method. So here I will give 30, save it. Below this, I'm just going to display my user one, save it. Now inside this wallet, I am having one value, that is 30. So what I have done, I have just added balance to my wallet. Now, if I just want to keep track of how much amount I have spent, I simply have to push negative value. Here I will be writing 10. Now if I save, open this, inside this wallet, my balance is 30 and I have spent 10 rupees. So my total balance will be 20. So this is how we are going to push the data inside the array. But here what I am doing, directly I am accessing the property and I am modifying my property. So in real world, this is very bad idea. Directly we should not access any property, and in this way we should not be updating any property. So what we can do, inside this class itself, we can create the method which will just abstract this entire logic. So here I will be creating the method balance, and here I will give the parameter as amount. Open this. Now what I have to do, inside this I will write this dot wallet. I'm just going to access my wallet array, and now here I will be writing push method. Whatever value I have given, that amount I will be pushing inside this wallet. I will save. Now I will remove this. Let me just comment. Below this I will be writing user1 dot balance, and inside this I will be giving amount as 100. Now save it. Now you can see, again inside this wallet I am having 100. Why I am getting 100? Because this entire logic directly I have passed inside the method, and I am able to access that method and pass the value. Now I just want to keep track of how much amount I have spent. So here I'm just going to write spent. Inside this I will pass amount. Now here what I will do, first I'm just going to access my balance method. Whatever value I got from this, I will just access this balance, this dot balance. Once I access this balance, what I will do, I am just going to push negative amount. So here I will be giving negative amount. So using this, I have accessed my entire method, and whatever logic we have given, we are just pushing negative value inside our wallet. So here if you see, if we are directly updating the property, we are just giving here negative value, which is indicating this amount has been spent. But now we have abstracted this detail and we have given minus amount inside this property, and we have given minus amount inside this method. So now below this I will access user1 dot spent, and inside this I will simply have to give 70. Now I do not have to give any negative value. Directly I am going to give 70. 70 will be passed here. This dot balance minus 70 will be passed here. Again, this entire operation will be performed. Now save it. Now inside my wallet, I am having two values, 100 and minus 70. So this is a very simple abstraction, but it is very important. We have done at least some abstraction. That is, we have hidden, whenever we are pushing some value to this spent method, we are just pushing negative value. So here, these methods which we are able to access outside the class are called as public methods. And we already know these public methods can also be referred as public interface. So here above this, I will be writing this comment. I will write public interface. So when the methods are public, easily these methods can be accessed outside class. But now these properties, if you notice, these are also public. So here I will write log user1 dot password. Password is very sensitive, but if I try to access the password successfully, I am able to display this password. But we should not be doing this in real world project. We should not be giving access to sensitive data. So here comes the concept of encapsulation. Using encapsulation, we can easily prevent this kind of access. So from next lecture, we are going to start with encapsulation. So now let us focus on this complex class example. And same goes for the methods. Okay. Password is very sensitive, so we should not be giving access. Same goes for the methods as well. Methods like here, let me create the method. Here I will be writing login, and inside this I will pass one parameter value. And each and every time this method will be returning true. I am not going to write any complex logic. Each and every time when this method is called with the value, it is going to return me true. Now here below this, I will be creating one more method. Here I will write login user. Again, I will be passing the value. Now here, what I will do, I will just check for the condition. If, here I will write, if this dot login, and here I will be passing the value. If this is true, and this is always going to return me true because here I have returned true. If this condition is true, what I will do, I will be calling this dot balance, and inside that I'm just going to pass my value. So once I pass this value, that value will be pushed inside this balance and that will be visible inside our wallet. Here, let me just write val. And after that, I simply want to log one message. Here I will write log. I will give the string hello, this dot username. You have successfully logged in. Now, if you see here, these methods are also very sensitive, and these method also we should not be giving access to the outer world. But here we have created as public interface. So outside the class also we are going to have access to these methods. So here I will come down. Below this I will write user1 dot login user, and inside this I will pass the value as 70. Now here what happens, this method will be called with the value 70. This dot login 70, it is going to return true. This condition is true. I will come inside this, then this 70 will be passed here, and inside this I am just pushing this 70 inside my wallet. After pushing this, simply I just want to display this message. Now save it. You can see I am having hello Khanam, you have successfully logged in. Now below this I will display my user1. Save it. Now inside this I am having three values. First 100 which I have pushed, second 70 which I have spent, and again third I have just pushed because that is the logic I have written inside this login user. But again, if you notice, password method is very sensitive, login methods are very sensitive, and we should not be giving access to outer world. But still here we are able to access only because these methods are public methods. So in real world, you should be very careful and you should not be giving access to this sensitive data. So by looking at this example, now you will be satisfied why data encapsulation is used and why it is very, very important, and also it is considered as one of the most important pillar in OOP, because using data encapsulation, we are protecting our data. Let us now understand encapsulation, and we will work on protected properties and methods. In our last lecture, we have worked on this complex class example where we have seen our wallet is very sensitive And also this login method is very sensitive. But successfully, we will be able to access the wallet outside the class, as well as we can access the login method outside the class. But this kind of data is very sensitive, so we should not be giving access to the outer world. So that is what we have understood in our last lecture, and we have seen what is the need of encapsulation and data privacy. So first, encapsulation basically means to keep some properties and methods private inside the class so that they are not accessible from outside the class. And the methods which are not private are exposed as public interface, and those are also called as API. And here all these methods now they are treated as public interface, or you can also call it as API, because all these methods we can access outside the class. And also we have understood what is the need of encapsulation. So first, using encapsulation, we can prevent the code from outside of the class to accidentally manipulate our data which is present inside the class. So that is the reason, instead of directly accessing this wallet property, we have created public interface, and accordingly we are just dating our valid property. Directly we are not accessing the property and we are not updating our valid. Instead, protect the data, we have created public interface, and inside that we are updating our valid. And second and most important use case of encapsulation is when we just limit number of public methods, what we can do, we can create controlled set of actions that other code can perform. For example, if we are having multiple private methods which are not having access to the outer world, or which cannot be accessed from outside the class, then developers will be having confidence to refactor or improve the code. Why? Because these private methods are not accessible outside the class, so the code is not dependent on any other code. So easily developers can improve the internal logic without having to worry about breaking other parts of the application. So this is one of the big advantages of encapsulation. And also, if we are exposing only a small number of public methods, then developers can ensure that external code does not depend on internal private methods. But make a note, in JavaScript, we are not having any protected keyword like in some other languages. But we can fake it in different ways, like how we can fake the classes using ES6 classes. So we can use some convention and we can fake the protected keyword. So basically, the idea of protected method or property is that a method can be accessible only within the class or subclass. It cannot be accessed from outside class. So we are having multiple convention to fake this. We have underscore convention, we have closures, but we are not going to implement closure. We are only going to see about this underscore convention. So now here my password is very sensitive data. So what we have to do, before this password, we simply have to pass this underscore. What we are doing, we are simply passing this underscore. Now I will save this. If I try to access the password, below this I will write log. I will write here user1 dot password. Now save it. I will be having this undefined. Why? Because now this password property is not available on this class. Instead, we have added this underscore convention. But here, if you notice, we have not got any error. Instead, we got the result as defined. Let me just comment this entire thing. You can see we got the result as undefined. But here, if I just write underscore, save it, I will be able to access the password and data will be displayed. But by the definition, we already know whenever we are using this protected keyword, the properties or methods should not be accessible outside the class. But here we are able to access because This is just a convention developers follow because JavaScript does not support protected keyword. But as this is a convention which developers follow, so they will be aware that this is a protected property. So this property cannot be accessed from outside the class. Okay, this is a simple convention because in next lecture we are going to see truly private class. But in next lecture we will see how to protect this completely and how to use truly private methods and properties. But now wallet is also very important. So for this I will be giving underscore, and wherever I have used wallet, for that I will be passing underscore. Save it. Now what I have done, I have just protected this wallet, but still from outside I will be able to access. But as I mentioned, directly I should not be having access to this wallet. Instead, what we will do, we are just going to create public interface to access our wallet, and we are going to use our getter function. Here I will write get wallet, and inside this I will write return. Then I will be writing this dot underscore wallet. Save it. Come here below this I will be writing log. Then I'm going to write user1 dot underscore wallet. Save it. I will be able to access. Let me just add some date. Copy, and here I will paste. Now successfully I am able to access this wallet. But now we have added this convention. So now you should be very well aware that we cannot access this property outside the class. But still we need to display the wallet. So that is the reason, to get the wallet data we have created public interface. Inside that we are returning wallet. So instead of accessing the wallet in this way, we can write log user1 dot get wallet. Just close this. Again you will be having the same result. Directly you cannot access wallet property. Instead, in this way you can easily access and you can get the result. So for these two properties, password and wallet, we have made as protected. Now inside this public interface, this login is very critical. So here I will be adding this underscore, and wherever I have used this login, I will be adding underscore. So now you should be aware that this method should not be able to access from outside of the class. But still here I will be using log. Here I am just going to use user1 dot login user, and inside this I will give the value 67. Now you can see successfully I am having hello Khanam, you have successfully logged in. And why I am getting undefined? Because again I am doing console log. Let me remove, because inside this method we are already having this console. So now successfully I am able to access this login inside this login user method. From this lecture you understood how to fake protected keyword, and you should be aware that whenever we are using underscore convention for any properties or methods, that means those properties and methods should not be accessible from outside of the class. If you want to access those properties, you can create public interface method like getter function, and accordingly you can return that property. And for methods also, we are going to add the same convention underscore, and wherever we are using those methods inside the class, we have to add that convention. And while accessing, we can easily access, but still whenever you see this underscore convention, you should always avoid yourself accessing those properties and methods. But in next lecture, we are going to see how to completely avoid accessing these properties and methods outside the class. Let us now understand encapsulation, and we are going to see how to use private fields and methods. This field is nothing but it is a property, because in traditional OOP languages like C++, for properties they called as field. But now we already know in JavaScript real classes do not exist, but maybe in future if the classes are added, you should be aware of these terminologies. Again, we are going to work on the same user example. Inside that, previously, using this convention, we have made some properties and methods as protected. But using this, what happens? Still, these properties are accessible outside and easily we can display the result. But this is a convention which developers should be aware of. So once they see this underscore, they should get to know that these properties and methods should not be accessed from outside. But if we are having any sensitive data, we really want to protect that data instead of following this convention. So now we are going to talk about private class fields and methods. The methods which are not private or protected are called as public fields. So these are the methods which are public, and for this we have given underscore, which means this is protected. But the methods which are not private or protected are called as public fields. So now here we have created this public interface. Public interface, you can also call it as public methods. These methods can be accessed from outside the class, and the methods which are not private or protected are called as public methods. Now here what we will do, first we are going to create our private field. So this wallet is very sensitive data. So here I will write one comment. I will be writing private field. Field is also equal to property, and here I will write my wallet, and for this I will assign the value as empty array. But before creating this wallet, what we have to do? We have to add here hash. As soon as we add this wallet becomes private field. Now we cannot access this wallet outside class. And now inside the constructor function, we do not have to pass this. I will be removing. Now save it. Now you can see I am already having this error. Why? Because inside this balance, we are using this wallet. Now instead of this underscore, I have to pass hash. I will come down. I will remove this entire thing. I will write here log user1 dot wallet. Save it. I will be having undefined because this property is not available. But if I try to access this wallet, you can see here only I am having error. And now I will be having private field hash wallet must be declared inside an enclosing class, which means this wallet can be accessed only inside the class. We cannot access outside the class. Why? Because we have made this field as private field. But still we need access to this wallet. Whatever values we are having, we need access to that wallet. But directly we should not be accessing our wallet property. So that is the reason we have created our getter function where we are returning our wallet. Now in place of this underscore, I will be writing hash. I will come down, come in this, below this. Now here instead of directly accessing my property, here I will be writing wallet. Now successfully I will be able to access my wallet. Initially I have assigned empty array, so that is the reason I have got empty array. Now if I want to add some data, here I will write user1 dot balance. Inside this I will be giving 700, so 700 will be pushed. And using this get wallet public interface, successfully I am able to access this wallet. Why? Because I am returning my wallet. But from outside I will not be able to access wallet, and also I will not be able to modify wallet. So this is the big advantage of using this private field. Whenever we are having sensitive data and that data has to be protected from outside, then we are going to use this private keyword convention. That is nothing but before this property, we are going to add this hash symbol. Now here our password is also very sensitive. So we are going to make this password as private field. Instead of this underscore, I will be writing hash, and above this I will be creating this password. And before that I have added hash. I will just come down. Now here I will try to access my password user1 dot hash password. Save it. Again, I will be having this error. Password must be declared inside an enclosing class. So using this syntax, we are not able to access our wallet and password outside the class. Now let us talk about private methods. Before that, let me comment. And these methods where we are not having any convention and where we are not having any hash, those are called as public methods. And for this, now I will be giving hash. So this is called as private method. Here I will write, this is called as private method. And here inside this login user, I am using this method. So here I will be passing. Now I cannot access this method, but using this method, I will be able to access this method, but I will not be able to modify this login method. Let us see. I will write here log. Inside this, I'm just going to write user1 dot login. Let me just write here login. And before that, I will be writing hash. Again, I will be having the same error. Now, instead of this login, I'm just going to access login user. I will comment. Now, successfully, I will be having this result. Hello Khanam, you have successfully logged in. And here I am getting undefined because again, I have done this console log. Save it successfully. Whatever data I am having, I am able to access, and inside this class I am able to access this login method. So that is the reason whatever value we are having from this method, that is returned, and accordingly data is displayed. So now we have seen about private method, public method, private fields. Now only thing is we should understand about public fields. And we already know whatever properties we are creating, that will be available on the instance, and whatever methods we are creating, that will be available on user prototype. So in this class prototype, these methods will be available, but these properties will be available on their instances. Now here I will write one comment. I will be writing public field, and below this I will be creating one variable. I will write here full name is equal to, here I'm just going to write Sanya. I will just write here semicolon. So this is called as public field. Let me just come down. I will write here log, and inside this I will be writing user1. Save it. Now you can see. Now inside this object I am having full name. Whatever value I have assigned, that value will be displayed. So for any property, if you want to assign default value and you want to make them accessible everywhere, then you can make that field as public field. So these are called as private fields where we are going to add hash, and these are called as public fields which you want to make available on all the instances, and also you want to assign some default value. And public methods or interfaces are those methods which are not private or protected, and this is called as private method. And successfully we are not able to access private methods and properties outside the class, but inside the class we are able to access, and accordingly we are able to calculate the result. But similar to this, we are having static version as well, and we already know whenever we are using static, and if we try to add any method, that method will be added on the instance. Whenever we are using static keyword, and if we are trying to add any method or property, that method will be directly added on the class. It will not be added on the instance. So here I will write static, and for this static also we will have public field, private field, public method and private method. So now let us add static, and here I will be writing new method. Inside this I will write log. Here I will write I am static public method. Save it. Now this is nothing but public. Why? Because we have not added any convention. Now easily I will be able to access, but if I try to access using this instance, I will not have access. Instead, I will be having this error. Why? Because whenever we are using this static, this method will be available for this user. So I cannot access in this way. Instead, I can just write, let me remove. Here I will be writing my user class dot new method. Save it. Now I will be able to access the method and I will have the result. So this is called as public method. If I add here hash, save this. Now this becomes private method. Let me remove, copy. Below this, I will be pasting and here I will write the comment static public method and this will be static private method. For that, I have to add hash and here I will write new method 1. Then similarly, we can add the properties as well. Then similarly, if you want to add the properties, you can just write here static hash data is equal to, here I will write hello. So now this is our static private field. Here I will write static info. I will just make it as public info is equal to hello. Not hello. Here I will write world. Now I will be able to access this property, but I will not be able to access this property outside. Now here I will write log, then I will be writing user.info. Save it. I am able to access the value, but if I try to access date again, I will be having the same error. So this is all about private field, public field, private method and public method. Similarly, we are having static version for that as well. Static public field, static private field, static private method and public private method. And you should understand this encapsulation because this plays a vital role in object-oriented programming. Because each and every time we will have lot of sensitive data and that data has to be protected from outside of the world. So successfully, we have implemented encapsulation and also we have seen how to protect our data. Now I will be showing you how to chain methods. Now in this, we have created public interface balance and also we have created spend. Now multiple times, if I just call this, below this I'm just going to write user.spend and here I will simply give 600. So in this way, if I just want to see the balance, if I just want to spend repeatedly, I don't have to write in this way. So what we can do, we can simply change the methods. So here I will be creating one file. I will give the file name as chain.js. And inside HTML file, I have linked this JS file. And if you remember, in arrays, we have map method, filter method and reduce method. And all those methods can be chained. So first, let us see that example, how we will be chaining methods in arrays. So here, I will write const. I will create the variable numbers and inside this, I will just give some values. Below this, I will be creating one more variable result. Now here, I'm just going to give numbers. What we will do, we will just write dot and then we are just going to use this filter method. Inside this, I just want to filter only even numbers. So here I will add some more even numbers. Inside this, I'm just going to write the condition. If my num modulus of 2, if it is equal to 0, only then include in the new array or else just remove that data. I will come down. Here I will be using map method. Now inside this, whatever result I get from this filter method, on that new array, this map method will be applied. So here what I will do, whatever result I am getting, I am just going to square the number. So here I will write num into num. Then finally, I will be using reduce method and whatever result I got from this array, that I am just going to add and I will be producing final sum. So inside this, I will be writing sum and here I will give num arrow function sum value plus num and by default for num I will give 0. Okay, very simple. Below this, I'm just going to write this result. So here what happens? So this entire filter method will be applied on this array, and whatever result I get from this filter, on that result this map method will be applied, and whatever result I get using this map method, on that this reduce method will be applied, and finally I will be having the result. Now if you see, I got the result as 192. So accordingly, if you calculate, then you will have this result. So in this way, what we have done, we have simply changed this array methods, and same concept we can apply for the methods which are available in this class. In our case, our class is nothing but user. Now I will come in this entire thing. I will come to private.js. From here, I will copy this entire class, and also I'm just going to copy this instance. I'll come here, and inside this I'm just going to paste. Now here I have created this user instance. Below this I'm just going to log user1. Inside this I'm having all the methods and whatever name, whatever everything, whatever I have given, I'm able to access that. Now I will just write here user1.balance, and inside this I will give 900, and below this I will just access this user1.getValid. As soon as I save, that balance is pushed inside the array and I am able to get this 900. Now I will write user1.spend. Inside this I will be giving 800. Now same thing I will copy. Now if you see, now inside my array I am having 900 and minus 800. But now in this way multiple times I do not want to repeat. So what I will do, instead of using in this way, remove this. Here I am just going to change directly. I will be adding spent. Now I will be writing 800. Now let me show you we are going to get the result or not. I will save. As soon as I save, I will be having cannot read properties of undefined spent. So here I am having error, but this entire thing is working fine, and for that we got the result as well. But as soon as I change this, I am not having any result. Why? Because this balance is not returning anything. Inside array methods, how we were getting the result? This filter was returning some array, and on that result, we were just applying this map method. But here, this balance is not returning anything. This spent is not returning anything. So that is the reason, even after this, if I change something, again I will write spent. I will give here 500. Then here I will be writing balance. And inside this, I will be giving 500. So in this way, if I do from here itself, I am going to have the error because no method is returning something. If it is not returning anything, then how we can change the properties? Then on what we are applying this to get the result? So that is the reason we are going to have this type error. So what we can do, simply inside this method, we can return this. So on each and every method, we can simply return this, and this is going to refer to the current object. So simply we have to return this from every method. I will just copy, paste, and then here also I will paste. If you want, you can also paste it here. As soon as I paste it, you can see it is working fine. And here also I will be pasting. As soon as it returns this, now I will be having something on my hand. On that, I am just applying this pen. So successfully, I am able to get the result. Again, I am having minus 500. And then for balance, I am having 500. So it is very important. If you do not return anything from the method, you will not be able to change the methods. So our chaining is working fine and we are not having any error. Back to our challenge. In this challenge, whatever concept we have learned, we are going to apply in this challenge. Just pause the video, take your time and do the challenge by yourself. Okay, welcome back to the challenge solution. So in this, what we have to do, we have to implement a class structure using ES6 classes where vehicle is the parent class and electric vehicle is the child class inheriting from vehicle. So let us start with creating this parent class and child class. I will write the comment. I will write solution. Below this, I will write class. Class name is vehicle. Open curly braces. And below this, I'm just going to create electric vehicle. Now what we have to use? We have to use this extends keyword. And from where it is extending? It is extending from vehicle. So vehicle is the parent class and electric vehicle is the child class. And here we have to ensure that our charge property is private. But before that, inside this vehicle class, I will be adding some methods and also I will be adding some properties. So here I'm just going to add this constructor and inside this I will give brand. I hope you remember this exercise. Below this I will write this dot brand is equal to brand. I am having brand property and then I will be giving this dot speed is equal to speed. Inside vehicle class, I will write here increase speed. Then what I will do? I'm just going to increase the speed by 10. This dot speed plus or equal to 10. And simply I will just log this message. So here I have just logged this message. Brand is going at a speed kilometer per hour. Now same thing I will copy. Below this I will be pasting. Here I will write decrease speed. And here instead of plus, I will be writing minus and here I will give 5. Here I will write slowing down to. Okay, successfully my vehicle class is ready inside which I am having brand and speed properties. Then inside this I am having increase and decrease method. Using increase, I am increasing the speed by 10 and using this decrease, I am decreasing the speed by 5. And this electric vehicle will be inheriting from vehicle class. So whatever properties and methods I have inside this parent class, all can be inherited to child class. Now what I have to do? I just have to ensure that charge property is private. So inside this child class, I will be creating this battery charge. Okay, I have just created this private and inside this child class, I will be writing constructor method. Then here I will be having access to brand. I will have access to speed and then simply I will be passing this battery charge. I will copy and here I will be pasting. So here what we have to do? Here simply we have to write super. You don't have to use call method. You don't have to assign this keyword. Simply use this super keyword and inside this pass brand and speed. Why we are passing? Because these two properties we are inheriting from parent. So that is the reason we are just passing this brand and speed. And then this property I have to assign here. I will write this dot hash battery charge is equal to battery charge. From this parent, I have just access to brand and speed and I'm just assigning this battery charge property. I'll come here. Now I have to modify the increase speed and decrease speed methods in the vehicle class, allowing to chain. So I just want to perform chaining. So what I have to do? I just have to return something from this method. Only then my chaining can be performed. So here you have to write return this keyword. And this is nothing but the current object. So you have to return this. Then let us see. Now I have to implement charge battery method in electric vehicle class to increase the battery charge by 10%. Ensure that chaining is possible with this method. So I have to implement this charge battery inside electric vehicle. I will come here. Below this, I will be writing charge battery. I will just come down. Inside this, I just have to increase the battery by 10. Here I will write this dot battery charge plus or equal to 10. Then here I will be writing log, and inside this I will just pass this message. Okay, I have passed this message. Brand battery charge is now this percentage. Now again what it has mentioned, we have to make sure this chaining is possible in this method. So again what we have to do, we have to return something from this method. Simply we are going to write return this. Whenever you want to change the methods, you have to return something from those methods. Let us come to fourth question. Now here we have to create an instance for vehicle class with a brand Tesla and speed is 120 and battery charge of 23%. I will come here. I will write const Tesla is equal to new electric vehicle. Inside this, I will be passing the brand as Tesla. Then here I will be giving 120 speed and then I will give battery charge as 23. I will log Tesla. Now inside console, I am having the result brand. I am having speed as well as I am having battery charge. Now I can easily access the methods. Below this, I will write log. I will write here Tesla. Tesla dot increase speed. Save it. Here I am having Tesla is going at this speed. Here why I am having 130? Because inside this increase speed, I am just increasing by 10. Same thing, I will just come down. Here I will be writing decrease speed. Now here I am having Tesla is going down to 125 kilometer because here I am just reducing the speed by 5. Then finally I can also access this charge battery. I will just come down. Here I will be writing charge battery. Save it. Now here I am having Tesla battery charges now 33%. Why? Because here I am just increasing the battery by 10 and that value will be assigned. So everything is working fine. Now what I just want to change this. So here I will be writing Tesla dot increase speed. Then I will be writing decrease speed. And then finally I will be writing charge battery. As soon as I save, I am having result for all these three methods. Increase speed, decrease speed and this charge battery. So we have completed the last question as well. We have to experiment with chaining this increase speed, decrease speed and charge battery. So this is how we are going to change the method. If we are not returning anything, then we are not going to get the result. And here this vehicle class we have already implemented in previous lectures. So from there also you can copy and accordingly you can extend this child class from vehicle class. Very simple exercise. So whatever concepts we have learned, we have seen about private keyword, chaining the method, how to return something from the method. We have completed entire thing in this challenge. Just take your time, make your own questions and try to solve the solutions. Make your own questions and try to solve the challenges. Congratulations on completing this course journey. You have gained essential skills in JavaScript and object-oriented programming. Now it's time for you to put all your knowledge into action. So for that, you have to practice regularly to improve your skill. You have to build projects to see how OOP will be working in real-world applications. If you want some ideas, you can simply start with small projects like to-do list app. You can start with quiz game and also you can start with library management system. So if you want me to create some real world projects in OOP, then let me know in the comment section. I will do my best to upload them to my channel so that it will help you practice even more. And also let me know the feedback on the course. And once again, thank you so much for watching this complete course. Have a great time and I will see you in the next course.